Dvipachakravala Jushta Sapta Sindhu Bhedini Shri Mukunda Nirmitoru Divya Keli Vedini Kanti Kandali Bhirinda Nila Vrinda Nindini Mam Punatu Sarvadara Vinda Bandhu Nandini. Yamuna Devi is so powerful that although she flows through the 7 oceans which surround the earth's 7 islands, she never merges with them. Being witness to many of Sri Mukunda's wonderful pastimes, she manifests these pastimes in the hearts of those who take shelter of her. Her dark, shimmering beauty defeats the splendor of precious blue sapphires. May Yamuna Devi, the daughter of Suryadev, always purify me. Dvipachakravala Jushta Sapta Sindhu Bhedini Shri Mukunda Nirmitoru Divya Keli Vedini Kanti Kandali Bhirinda Nila Vrinda Nindini Mam Punatu Sarvadara Vinda Bandhu Nandini.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody please chant again. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare one more time, please. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama
Mathurena Mangalena Charuna Bimandita Premanata Vaishnavata Vatanaya Pandita Pandita Vilasa Padmanabha Padavayini Mam Gunatu Sarvadara ornamented with the supremely enchanting land of Mathura Mandala, Yamuna Devi skillfully inspires love of Godhead in the hearts of the Vaishnavas who bathe in her. With playful waves, which are like her moving arms, she worships Padmanabha, Sri Krishna's lotus feet. May Yamuna Devi, the daughter of Surya Dev, always purify me. Mathurena Mangalena Charuna Bimandita Premanatha Vaishnavata Vatanaya Pandita Pandita Vilasa Padmanabha Padavayini Mam Gunatu Sarvadara Dhammasambhunamini Mam Gunatu Sarvadara Hare Krishna, dear. Welcome, everyone, to what unfortunately seems to be the last day of the Govardhana retreat. In one sense, we would like to continue that forever, isn't it? When we find this kind of nectar, it is difficult to put down the pot. This is a very rich day today. We have just had a meditation on Yamuna Devi, very beautiful meditation. Maharaj had explained to us that the dust of Vrindavan, Giriraj, and Yamuna are three elements that were here at the time of Krishna's manifest pastimes. So we are most blessed to associate with them, praise them, hear about them. Now, what follows is a short video. Well, it's a surprise. Okay, let's go for the next video. We compiled this yesterday. Oh, this morning, sorry. We compiled this morning. So please have a look.
Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Jaya Vrindavan Shri Govinda Gopina Madana Namaha Jaya Radhe Jaya
Let me share the
Jaya
happenings in the headquarters of the Govardhana retreat. We are trying to
Jaya Radhe
get everything to run, and it is more or less running.
Shri Govinda Gopina
So his timing is after 45 minutes. You have to screen share this video. Okay? So this is class 2 today. Beggar's gift.
Shri Govinda Gopina Madan Jai Radhe Jai Ramakunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana Ramakunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana Kanindi Jamuna Jaya Jaya Mahaba Kanindi Kalindi Jamuna Jaya Jaya Mahaba Jaya Radhe
So we thought we will show you some of the workings behind the Govardhana retreat that you are experiencing at home. This was a coverage of the devotees the team that is serving at the Vrindavan Institute for Higher Education. And this is the team on site. Besides this team on site, there are at least another 30 other people who are working online in different capacities to keep the Zoom going in a proper way. So let us now enter into a very favorite part of the Govardhana retreat, which is the question-answer time. We have with us His Holiness Sachidanand Maharaj, His Grace Burijan Prabhu, and Her Grace Jagatarini Mataji. Where is Jagatarini Mataji? Yes, she's here. All right. So all the three of them are fully enthusiastically ready to answer the questions that you have been sending over email, over WhatsApp, over chat over the last few days. The questions have been conveyed to them. So please let us start. Some of the questions will be picked, and some of the questions, I don't know exactly how it will go, but one thing is that some of the devotees have agreed to come online and ask their questions online. So those, Maharaj has a pot. Yes, Burijan Prabhu has a pot. Everybody has a pot. So the questions have been printed and cut into little pieces. They've been put in the pots, and we are going to pick them out. So let the great game begin. I think all of you know that some of the persons that have some of the question, let's say owners, we call them, are available online, and you can call upon them. And some are not available online. You can just read the question. Let us start. Who would like to start? Maharaj, would you like to start?
No, the oldest, Burijan Prabhu should start.
No.
Okay.
Maharaj, please
Okay.
follow the protocols.
Hare Krishna. The first question is from Brahmatirtha Prabhu in Gainesville, Florida. Here's the question. I know some sincere devotees who cannot travel to Govardhana. Their health collapses the moment they breathe the daily air and then goes downhill from there. These devotees then feel second class since they cannot enter into the mysteries for Braj. Any advice?
One thing is Brahmatirtha Prabhu there? I spoke to him this morning. He said he was going to try to be present for his question.
No, he's not there.
Okay.
Let me, Maharaj, I had sent you a note about Brahmatirtha. Can we take his question?
Seem to have said, can we take his question later, right?
Later, yes.
So then I go for another one, right?
Yes.
What?
This is
Bird.
from Sonja in Germany, Berlin. How to transform the feeling of envy when it enters the heart. It's a long way till I put Krishna in the center and will change. What can I do now? How can I now transform the feeling of envy? Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Maharaj. Thank you so much.
When envy comes into the heart, we should know that now suffering has started. And no one wants to suffer. Therefore, after realizing that this is suffering and I want to stop suffering, we should, as you are doing, look for a way out of the suffering. And the best way is to move yourself away from the center of concern. You feel envy as long as you identify so much with your body and with your mind. The moment you take this illusion away, even theoretically, understanding I am not the body, I am not the mind. This person whom I now look with an envious feeling cannot harm me. It is not that he can do better than I do, or that he has something more than I do. It cannot harm me because I'm not this body and the mind. That's one way. Then a more advanced way is to see that Krishna is to be worshipped. I would like to give you a practical thing. Yesterday, someone whom I met during the course of my day said something really disturbing. And I went home with that feeling of, why do people always are so angry at other people? It was not directed towards me, but I felt the anger and it was, I don't know, all over the world. Devotees also seem to go on sides. I'm on this side regarding the COVID situation. Another says I'm on that side, and then they begin to discuss harsh words with each other, and this makes me very, very sad, especially when I see this happening amongst devotees. So I went with this heavy heart home, and then I did feel, let me not go to bed with this heavy feeling in the heart, and I connected with Krishna. When envy is there, or any disturbance, you need to connect with Krishna. You need to pray to Krishna, and you come immediately to another level where you're not disturbed. When there's rain outside, Sonia, what do? You go inside. So when there's envy coming from outside, or anything coming from inside, you need to go from outside. You need to go to Krishna and be with Krishna. And then later you can put Krishna into the center. And think, I'm serving you, Krishna. That's my life. And that is good. Thank you. So let us go to the next question.
What I'm going to do first is no, it didn't help. Okay, I was trying to remove a shadow, get out of the shadows. But I'll try to answer. I'll pick a question. Let's see whose it is. This is from Tane, Madhavi Gopidasi. Perhaps she would like to read her question.
She's online? She is online, just coming.
Hare Krishna,
Okay.
Dandavat Maharaj.
Maharaj, actually 2-3 questions were asked, so I don't know which one slip you have in the hand. My one of the question was that how to maintain the retreat mood. Like when we come here in association of acharyas like you, we have that strong feeling develops towards Krishna, and that emotions also start generating. But as the time progresses, like after retreat, for some days it definitely remains, but as the days pass, again the material influence starts coming up. So how to maintain this mood which we get in retreat always?
You would like to maintain that mood?
Yes.
This question always comes up in Govardhana also, and it comes up so often. We've really spoken about it. We speak about it every time, even if no one asks the question, because it's a question that everyone wants to know the answer to, how to maintain a very, very uplifted consciousness when you're not fully engaged in hearing and chanting, etc., like we are here, especially when we're at Govardhana. The atmosphere is so rarefied and special, and to have hundreds and hundreds of devotees all having nothing else to do except hear and chant, it's just so powerful. So that question always comes up. So when we are ending the retreat, the first thing we do is we all start crying and saying, this is everyone's position. And we wish we could stay here forever, but practically speaking, we don't have the qualifications to stay forever and just hear and chant. And we have other things to do and other services to do. So the first point that is usually made is that we have the blessing of the recordings. So we should hear the recordings, and we call this Govardhana Retreat Part 2. We listen to the recordings and try to enter into the spirit and the mood of what we have experienced. Look at this. One is, we're so unfortunate that we have to leave the shelter of Giriraj Govardhan. We have to leave being online all day long, just hearing and chanting. We're so unfortunate. And now we have to regain the rest of our life. But the other way to look at it is how fortunate we are to have tasted some of the sweetness that comes from Krishna Katha. And yeah, how fortunate we are to have tasted that, because that in fact is our wealth. And we should cultivate that, certainly. But once having tasted that, despite the onslaught, the material energy, this is something that is ours forever, and it will never leave us. And it's just, if we keep adding like pennies or paisa into the bank account, eventually it will blossom. And another point is, that's a second point, how fortunate we are to have tasted something. And the third point is that we should become humble and wait, serve, and wait for mercy. See how unqualified I am. See how unfortunate I am. And unless you're merciful to me, what hope do I have? Yeah. Is that okay? Mataji, Madhavi Gopi Dasi?
Thank you, Madhavi Gopi.
Thank you so much.
Good. Who
I
who
think
is
now is Jagatarini. Please pick a. Oh, you have the most beautiful and artistic bowl of all of us.
As expected.
Yes.
Um, this question was from a delayed broadcast from Bala Krishna Das in New York. I have been hearing Krishna Katha for some time, but the feeling of envy has not left my heart. What is required to be changed in the way I hear? That's it. It's interesting that we heard another question about envy, and here's the same subject, envy, but this one is asking a question about what should I change in my hearing? I'm sure that everybody's asking a question again similar to this. I think that, as Maharaj said, when envy arises in the heart, now you're going to suffer, because it's like a burning sensation. It's so painful, and no matter what you do, you can't eradicate it. It hangs around. It comes from all different directions. So then when we're trying to hear and that envy arises somewhere else, then it seems to mute the hearing process in such a way that I would say it creates a certain kind of discomfort that could be also called helplessness. And if you can identify that as helplessness, then you have an opportunity to kind of cry out for help. And then sometimes Krishna comes through the words that you hear in such penetrating ways that you remember that for your whole life. You remember the envy, you remember the pain, and you remember how Krishna came over the top of that difficulty and reached out his hand in the form of what you heard. So the shift, when you're talking about changing the way that you hear, has a lot to do with turning that, if it's angry envy, turning that into a helplessness, and then taking yourself to Krishna and crying out through your hearing. I don't know if that makes a lot of sense to you, but I think that's how I deal with the problem of envy.
Thank you very much, Jagatarini. I really appreciated very much your answer, because am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, because I could see, yes, the wealth of hearing from others, that after seeing there's envy, you can see, oh, now this is a suffering, a burning that will influence everything, and then as you, if you manage to see, I'm helpless now, I need help, then at that moment something has already shifted. You can now go onto another path. You can call out for help from Krishna. I think this is very practical. There are names for this in cognitive psychology, but how you shift perceptions, and this is really, I think you can become a spiritual therapist. This is a very, very learned answer, very practical answer, practical. Thank you. Let me go to my box. So this is from Prabhupada Priya in Gainesville, Florida, USA. What if we have personally had a lot of negative experiences in Vrindavan, to the extent that when we think of Vrindavan, there is a feeling of distaste or trepidation? Trepidation is something like fear? What is the...
Yeah, like anxiety, tension. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Yes. How can that be overcome so that our loving attachment to Vrindavan can develop? I know many devotees who had experiences of being robbed, of having a dysentery which lasted so long that there was nothing left of their body at the end. Everything was in the canalization of Vrindavan. So I have heard many things like this, or they come with great expectations, and then they have other human encounters. I remember when I first came to Vrindavan, I was totally challenged. I did not know how to open the doors even, because they were so different from German doors. And I missed so much bread and butter, the mainstay of the German diet, that I thought I could rob a shop now which carries bread and butter. I was so anxious. Yes, I had my share of illnesses and so on. What you have to do when you stay in Vrindavan with negative experiences, you need to switch the level of perception. Vrindavan, like all holy dhams, is covered with a layer, and on this layer is all these problems, you know, herds of monkeys terrorizing the rooftops, and water which is not healthy to drink and creates physical discomfort. So many things. These are on the external level of the holy dham. And when you are in Vrindavan, you have to change the platform. It's the only way. You have to become a spiritual person. You have to become a devotee. Vrindavan is sometimes described to be like a mirror which is held in front of us and which shows us the areas where we still are lacking. And it's important that we don't break the mirror and get away from it, but we take the image serious. In other words, we don't argue the point, but we take it serious and think, oh yes, I need to become humble. And then Vrindavan opens, as if you have found the key now and the doors are open. You have to change the level. You have to change the level. You have to become a spiritual person. That is very, very important. Vrindavan will test you, every one of us. Are we willing to make that, here comes a difficult English word, paradigmic shift? You know, it's going into another realm. And Prabhupada Priya, every visitor to Vrindavan, also the very experienced Vrindavan visitor, has to make this shift. It's not that you are less advanced or or you are, how do you say, not fully Krishna conscious, that you have these negative experiences. No, everyone gets it. I remember sitting with very advanced devotees at the banks of the Yamuna, and one thing after the other comes. Dogs who attack, people who disturb and grab your arm, and you go Hare Krishna, but they keep on shouting rupee, rupee, rupee into your mouth, not into your ear. And at that time, you have a choice. Will you now get in the, will you go left, that is the material way, and react and become angry? Or will you see, I hope this test is soon over and I can survive it, and go and pray to Krishna that help me, please help me. Many devotees have now also said Vrindavan has changed. Many high-rise buildings have come. The canalization system is totally overburdened with so many people. I heard 80,000 more people than are tolerable come every year to Vrindavan. I think Vrindavan is happy that there is now no one is coming and leaving the deposits. It's an ecologically high crisis area. It's called like that. But the moment you go beyond this external covering by prayer, by desperate prayer, and by more prayer, you can all of a sudden enter into another realm, and you see, wow, Vrindavan works. Although around me there are honking horns and the streets are filled over, I'm thinking of Krishna, I'm praying to Krishna, I am in another land. Prabhupada, Priya, 5 years ago I was in Maya and I looked at Narnia, a movie. I had read the book as a child and I thought, let me see what is this movie. And there is a scene which is so nicely spelling out how to Vrindavan. There's Lucy, or I believe her name was Lucy, a small child who goes who is in a house, old house, and she goes into a room, and then she finds a door in the room, and she goes into a wardrobe, where you can walk, and then whoop, she goes out and is in an enchanted land, Narnia, where there are animals which can speak, and certain beings who have certain ears and different insights, and it's a fairy tale land. And she wanders around and has adventures, and I quickly stopped. I know the story from the book. When I was a child, I read sufficiently. Yes, this effect of changing into another reality, that can be seen when you go to Vrindavan. So what to do when you have these negative feelings and have trepidation? Read about Vrindavan. Come to retreats like this one, and there will be others. I know His Holiness Indradyumna Maharaj has excellent Vrindavan lectures. Every week, one well-researched Vrindavan lecture he puts on his Facebook. And there are many other things. You hear and hear and hear, and you see by hearing. This is Shruti. Shruti Gana, the Bhagavatam says. See by hearing. And then when you make another a visit to Vrindavan, whenever it's possible, go with someone who is experienced. Maybe you find a friend of yours who can take you to the very nice places, who can help you to overcome the culture shock. Go to someone who's experienced. And I believe this is one of the driving forces of our Govardhana retreat. There are senior devotees who have been in Vrindavan and who can talk about Vrindavan and Krishna's Leela, because that is the highest joy in life. They can do it and they can give us a genuine Vrindavan experience. That's also why we wanted to build the Govardhana Retreat Center. It has high walls and the unpleasant things will not enter there. In fact, the Sanskrit name of the Govardhana Retreat Center, which was found by our Burijam Prabhu, he had this very good inspiration, is Govardhana Ashraya. Ashraya means shelter. This will help. And come to that retreat center. There is more information about it coming up. I don't want to speak now about it. And then while you're in the West, hear about Vrindavan, listen about Vrindavan, and while you are in Vrindavan, go with some experienced devotees who are relishers of Vrindavan, and you will not become Krishna conscious overnight. You have to work a little on this. You have to be patient, and then Vrindavan shows itself. But I think every devotee who is in Vrindavan knows what you're talking about. But what they also know is it can change in a moment, because you can enter through, you can stumble through that wardrobe and come out in another land. Or you can suffer a little bit, and then you get the mercy of Radharani, and you have the most extraordinary visions. I thank you very much for this very honest question. I think it is relevant for a few of our listeners. Thank you very much, and now we will turn over to Burijam Prabhu. Hare Krishna, Burijam Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. I appreciated very much all the points that you made. You gave like a map, a guidebook. But I had one extra little thought is Prabhupada's rooms. They're very much a shelter. And Prabhupada is like a grandfather in his rooms. And they tend to be a lot more quiet and peaceful and organized and clean than elements around. And if one goes into Prabhupada's room and just opens up to Prabhupada and chants in there, then that immediately gives us that feeling of shelter at Krishna Balaram Mandir. Yeah. And a bowl. And a question. This is from Bhakta Nir from Israel. Sandipani Muni had such intimate association with Krishna, and his heart melted for him. Why then did he ask for what seems such a low material dakshin? In other words, he asked that Krishna bring back his son from his dying at Prabhakshetra. How is it that his consciousness didn't rise and transform? Well, of course, this question can be answered on many levels. And the first level, the simplest level, is that this is Krishna's Leela. And Krishna demonstrates by his Leela what he wants to demonstrate. He demonstrated in this particular Leela his unlimited power, with Balaram going to Prabhakshetra, then even going to Yamaloka and then bringing the boy back. So that's one way to look at it. Another way to look at it is just look at just try to experience what Sandipani Muni must have experienced when he asked Krishna by the inspiration of Krishna. When we look at it as Leela, Krishna inspired him to ask in this way, or Krishna's Yoga Maya inspired him, that he asked Krishna to do something impossible, practically speaking, by material standards. Bring back someone whose body was long dead, not 15 minutes or a half hour, but years and years and years he had gone away. And he asked Krishna to do something impossible. And Krishna did it. And this boy was brought to him. And of course, there was love for the boy. But just imagine how much love there was, increase of love for Krishna. And then another way to look at it is from the perspective of the boy. The boy was gone somewhere. It doesn't describe exactly where, but he was gone. And then who brought him out? And who did he get to travel with on the chariot back to Avantipur? It was Krishna and Balaram. And he got to experience the beauty of Krishna and Balaram. He got to experience the fragrance of Krishna. So how his heart was completely stolen by Krishna, by this. So there's so much rasa that gets exchanged in this pastime. There's so much exchange of affection, and Krishna is Rasaraj. His exchanges, he's the expert at making loving exchanges of affection and evoking love for him in the hearts of the fortunate souls who associate with him. Which brings up another way to look at it is these things, these experiences can't, because remember that Sandipani Muni, he was such an exalted person that he was associating directly with Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That is so extraordinary, to be involved in Krishna's Leela. So what an exalted person. So when an exalted person, and he asked his wife what she wanted, and she also loved Krishna so much, like a son. We can't look at it as if it's just a material emotion and material desire. No, this is exceptional. This is something wonderful. It's something, again, planted by Krishna. And another way to look at it is that we shouldn't be like hard-hearted in the sense of judging others and judging ourselves even, because as long as we have anyone has a material body, these material thoughts and emotions or whatever will be there. But when someone is an exalted devotee of Krishna, these material aspects, they're not significant and they don't overwhelm at all. They're in their perspective. So the fact that the Guru's wife had this is from a very devotional human level, it's quite natural. She had lost her son. Even Devaki, hearing about Mother Devaki, after hearing about how Krishna had brought back the son of Sandipani Muni, even she asked for her sons to come back. So it's certainly not a material emotion, because this is Devaki, who's eternally Krishna's mother. So this is all very, very, very special and has to be seen through the eyes of devotion and not judged by our finite consciousness or thoughts of what we imagine pure devotional service is like. Yeah, that's my answer to your question. Yeah. Hare Krishna. And I even saw with Prabhupada when he's in a very cold morning in Asakawacho in Japan, Prabhupada was so cold. He was so cold. And he saw me shivering and he said, "It is so cold." There was some empathy in my experience. And but it's not that subsumed, took over his whole consciousness. It's so cold, and therefore, why am I brought here to this place? I should go somewhere where it's warm. The weather is so much better in Bombay. Why are these devotees done this? And getting angry or something like that. No. This is just like a ripple on the top of the ocean. And the ripples on the top of the ocean, they don't penetrate to the depths. There's one little pastime that I heard that Bhattinandana Prabhu explained. That in, I think it was in London, perhaps the very place, the devotees were doing something with the deities, and they had made a mistake. They had blundered, and Prabhupada was coming down, and he saw it, and he became so angry, and he began chastising everyone, and he was so angry. And all the devotees, they were so upset because the person that they were trying to please so much and had done everything for was now upset with their mistakes and was so angry at them. So Prabhupada then left and went to his room. So after a few minutes, the devotees asked for Bhattinandana Prabhu to go up and sincerely apologize to Prabhupada on everyone's behalf, for they had made this blunder, this mistake. So Bhattinandana Prabhu went upstairs and sort of very, very, with great, the word trepidation, we can use that word again, with great fear and anxiety, because Prabhupada was so angry, he sort of knocked on the door, and Prabhupada said, "Come in." And he opened the door and fell down, and he looked up, and Prabhupada wasn't at all angry. So and then he said what he wanted to say. He apologized to Prabhupada for the devotees on the devotees' behalf. We had made this mistake. We have upset you so much. And Prabhupada said, "Okay." And then he decided that he was going to ask Prabhupada about this. Now, how is he going to say this to Prabhupada? Prabhupada, it seemed like he was so angry so just a few minutes ago, and now you're not angry at all. You know, what is it? What's going on? And but he couldn't ask Prabhupada that about himself. So instead he asked Prabhupada, sometimes we see that a pure devotee may appear very, very angry, and then so quickly it's gone. Could you please explain that? And Prabhupada said, it's like the waves, the very, very, the ripples on top of an ocean, the ripples, but they only occur on the surface. Of course, Prabhupada wouldn't say that about himself, but he was speaking as a general principle and a general instruction. It's only on the surface. So what's below the surface is what we're really interested in. That's what we're interested in, dealing with these exalted personalities, Srila Prabhupada, and what to speak of, not what to speak of, but those who are in Krishna's Leela directly too. What's below the surface? And to see below the surface requires depth in our own consciousness. Like that. And we shouldn't, what does it mean to see on the surface? It means superficial. But we shouldn't be superficial. We should become deep, like the ocean. Hare Krishna. Good question from our Bhaktanir. Hare Krishna. Now, Satchidananda Maharaj? Oh no, it's you.
This is from Tamal Govindadas from Chennai. Do you want to read?
Yes, yes, Mataji, I can read. I just asked how to develop the taste for Dham and Lord's pastimes beyond just theoretical knowledge. The fine details you present in your narrations are very deep, which I believe is a result of your realizations and taste for the Dham. What is your guidance for neophyte devotee like me who aspires to develop such attachment, mood, and taste for Vrindavan Dham?
Well, my advice will follow my own experience. So my advice is that first you need to get a good training in primary spiritual principles, which essentially is theoretical. It's like Bhagavad Gita, and then proceeding through the Bhagavatam. Because it's like if you're building a house, you lay one row of bricks, and then you lay another row and another row and another row, and finally they come up and up, and then you put it on the roof. If you try to put it on the roof and you don't build the house, then you end up with one of those, shelters that has maybe at best a pole on every four sides and just a roof. And it's not a house. Well, it's a shelter, but it's not a house. And so to me, I went this route, and along the way, I met other people who were also going this route and who were interested in sharing. And I learned from them. I watched them. I talked to them. Sometimes they were people in the Dham itself, and sometimes they were people in other parts of the world. And like the rows of bricks, one after another, it builds. So we do begin with theoretical knowledge because we don't yet have any opportunity to understand it personally. And the other thing I would add to that is that part of your association, along with Srila Prabhupada and this essential foundation and essence, should be to hear from those in our Guru disciplic line, because some of them, they specialize in Vrindavan and Vrindavan Leela, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, Srila Rupa Goswami, and Srila Prabhupada is coming, carrying their wealth with him. So when we learn to trust, then we get all of these things open up to us as well. And then we don't feel exactly like we're going on our own merit or even our own qualification, but we feel like we're being supported by very high class Vaishnava association that's actually available to anyone who seeks it out. It's not like, sometimes somebody met some extraordinary set of good fortune and circumstances that cannot be obtained again. It's true that we met Srila Prabhupada, and that physical experience of meeting cannot be obtained again. But Srila Prabhupada is adamantly, proudly, strongly, firmly available through his books, through reading about him, and through our own personal prayer and desire to be in touch with him tightly. So that's the root, or that's the foundation, that's the essence. One time I heard a Vaishnava, a very senior Vaishnava, he was glorifying Srila Prabhupada. He had known Srila Prabhupada before he traveled to the West. And he was speaking in his rooms in Mumbai. And he said that you have only seen the greatness of your Srila Prabhupada this way, up, what he has done. But he said it's like a tree. You should understand, as far up as you can see, it goes equally downwards under the ground. The roots are equally deep as the tree is high. So he was encouraging us that this is the source of our good fortune. And after that, take opportunities as they arise from those who are physically present. Do the best you can. Don't ever be satisfied, but do the best you can with whatever you have, and you will force Krishna to give you more because you need it. Is there anything you want to add?
I don't know whom you are asking. As far as, are you asking Bhujan Prabhu and myself, or are you asking the devotee?
I'm asking out to see if any special wisdom comes back. So either our questioner or our teachers.
I think it is well answered and completely answered. So Tamal Govinda Prabhu seems to also be happy. So with your permission, I will go to the box here. All right. Nikhil from London, UK. Nikhil, are you there? Oh, here is our Nikhil. Good. Would you like to say your question? Is it with you, or otherwise I could read from your slip?
Hare Krishna Maharaj, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Yeah, I can read it out. Sorry, okay. So my question is, I often experience glimpses of devotional ecstasy, especially when hearing Krishna Katha, for example, in retreats like this. And I find this ecstasy or this feeling is unlike any material pleasures that I've experienced. But somehow, despite this, I remain, attracted to sense gratification, even though, theoretically, I know it's inferior to the pleasure of bhakti. And sometimes this makes me feel disheartened or disappointed with myself that I can't overcome this. So how can I overcome these negative feelings? Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Yes, you can see the pleasures of bhakti. Yes, you can experience the Krishna Katha, but then you remain, then you can also see that you are equally attached to some sense gratifications. What you asked, how you can overcome these feelings of feeling disheartened. I would say become more disheartened, become more sad, It's a sad situation. But there is sadness which is crippling, and there is sadness that is inspiring. So use that second part of sadness. Oh, I'm so fallen. Oh, I'm so useless. Oh, when will I understand Krishna? And then go into the mood. By your mercy, everything is possible. I recommend that you read this very beautiful prayer of Bhaktivinoda Thakur called Gopinath. There the exalted Thakur laments, he says, "Oh Krishna, I can see that my mind and my senses are not under my control. I can see that. But to me, Hrishikesha, you are the Lord of the senses. They are under your control. So please come into my heart, my dear Lord, and take control." And so lament more, cry more, pray more, but then turn that into a prayer. The second thing is, don't become disheartened. This situation is addressed in the Bhagavatam and in the Gita, that are dual beings. Dual. Two sides are fighting within us. The Bhagavatam says, continue to hear more about Krishna, and as you continue to hear more about Krishna, the material will go. When I was very young, before Krishna consciousness, I was a member of the German Boy Scouts. Yes, many things we have done in our life before Krishna conscious. And we were trained the art of igniting a fire in the wild forest and cook on the fire. And I still remember at that time from there a lesson which Krishna alludes to in the Bhagavad Gita. When you make a fire, oh, there will be a lot of smoke, but try to fan the spark and it will become more and more and more. So inside us sadhakas, yes, there is a fire, there is a taste in Krishna consciousness, but there's also still a lot of smoke, a lot of material attachments. Now don't focus so much on your material attachments. Focus on whatever little is there and build that up, that little spark of Krishna consciousness. Fan it, that means give it nourishment. And you will see how soon the spark will turn into a happy, a joyfully dancing little flame, which will become even bigger into a big flame that will come into a full conflagration of fire, and will take over. That's the process of Krishna consciousness. Bhakti can be developed even when you are still materially attached. It's not like the processes of jnana and yoga who work only if you really renounce and cut off the material detachment by attachment by force. No, bhakti can work parallel. And you focus on the bhakti and make it stronger so that it overtakes. Thank you. A very relevant question. So now we want to turn to our Burijan Prabhu again. Please, Burijan Prabhu.
That answer was very encouraging. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Okay, the bowl shall speak. Oh, This is from Ganga Shakti Devi Dasi in New Delhi. Is she there? And would she like to read her question?
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Please accept my humble obeisances.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Prabhuji, my question is that the scriptures are filled with pertinent questions asked by innumerable devotees. But I find myself severely lacking in this art of asking questions.
But you just
No
asked a question.
So my question is, Prabhuji, how to ask questions that can help me improve my spiritual endeavors?
Yes. First, do you know that Prabhupada said I only asked one question to my spiritual master? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
What was that one question?
I don't remember it, Prabhuji.
Was, how can I serve you? So it's not that one has to ask thousands and thousands and thousands of questions to show how intelligent one is and how sincere one is and that one is well-versed in the Shastra. But that's the essential question that we want to ask. How can I serve? How can I please you? And yes, that's the essential question. Just another aspect of this is that you hear the very intelligent questions of others, the very sincere questions of others, and the answers are also generally very relevant to us as well. But don't feel bad. Everyone also has their gifts. Some people have the gift to be always asking questions, and some people have the gift to be able to listen very, very carefully. It was interesting when what was the name of that very kind devotee who asked the last question to you, Maharaj? What was his name? To you?
Nikhil.
Nikhil from London. Yes. So it was so interesting because when you started answering his question about how can I remove, I lament so much, he pulled out his pen and he was about to write down the answer. And then you said, lament even more. And he put away his pen immediately. That was just so sweet. It was such a wonderful answer and such a wonderful spontaneous reaction. And you'll remember that always. Sometimes we don't have to write things down. Sometimes we don't have to, ask 1,000 questions, but we should be eager to hear. And although Prabhupada said that I only asked that one question to my Guru Maharaj, he also said that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur noted that he was very eager to hear. So let that be your opulence and your gift. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
This question is from Natalia from Estonia. Is she there? Natalia?
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Natalia. Would you like to read your question?
I sent 2 questions. I don't know which one did you choose.
Could you please share how your gallery was created?
Yes. Yes. Thank you very much. You are showing us such a wonderful example of constant devotional service. Could you please share your experience with your gallery? How did you get this idea to create it, and how did you choose scenes to install, and how and what did it add to your spiritual practice, this activity?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for such a personal question. when I looked at that, I was like, oh my gosh, now I have to think. It's personal. So I was remembering how we lived in Vrindavan until 1985, 86. And living in Vrindavan has its own disciplines. But when you've lived in Vrindavan, we lived there for over 10 years, then when you leave, it feels like you've left to a wasteland. Because Vrindavan is so multi-dimensional, with a transcendental river running through. And any other part of the world is like a barren desert compared to that. So we came to live in Perth for practical purposes, family considerations, and that was nice. And then in 1997, I think, a friend of mine sent a very small deity about this big of Krishna, and 1 inch in size. And because I was still so much missing Vrindavan, I took it almost like a hobby to make little sceneries around him. First there was him, then I had to find a Radha, then I wanted to have some gopis, and then I thought it'd be nice to have some family, and then there were boys. You need boys as well as girls, and you need older people and younger people, and all of a sudden it became like a you'd say almost like a 3D transcendental computer game. They all stepped out. And I used to get them made in Vrindavan, carved in Vrindavan, and then I would paint them and then stand them up on a display of some sort. So that evolved into dioramas, small dioramas. And 20 years ago, I worked out how I could take those little figures and duplicate them by pressing them into clay and making a mold. And so then I started to make molds of the figures and set up leelas of Krishnas. And all because, I think because I felt so banished from Vrindavan to this wasteland place where nothing really was interesting to me very much. The outside world wasn't the same. And then friends joined, friends helped, friends got involved. And in 2002, we purchased a property, and we all moved there together like an ashram. And this is one of the dioramas from our Sacred India Gallery, which all that hard work and loneliness, it wasn't like blissfulness, it was loneliness. It transformed into something like extraordinary. And in 2012, we opened our gallery. We have 21 little dioramas of Krishna Leela. Honestly, they weren't all chosen for the public. They were like my loneliness therapy, you could say. And then Satyanandan Maharaj came in 2012-13. He paid us a wonderful visit. And from then, we've been actually working out how to bring this experience to the public. Indian people come regularly, and they're brought to tears when they see the beauty of Vrindavan. But now we've been working hard to bring people who have no idea what they're seeing even. They don't know what Vrindavan is, and we don't tell them even. We just let them come in and have this experience of a transcendental land. So the dioramas are set up in a walk-around setting, so you walk from one to the next to the next. And the room is painted also, so it looks like largely like Vrindavan as well. And this became our offering to Vrindavan, to the world. And we hope to make tours online possible in the coming year. We've been requested to do that. And basically, it's a little bit like although I wish I was able to tune in, it's a little bit like how Gopakumar used to say, I go between two places. I go to Vrindavan in the spiritual world, and then I come down to Vrindavan in the material world. And I go between these two places. So for us, we go between Vrindavan, Govardhana, spiritual world, and then we come back and we work very hard to maintain the spiritual world here in Perth, Western Australia. And we feel immensely grateful, and we also now understand the meaning behind all the suffering that we underwent on the journey, because it was necessary to push us to make something of our own that then we could share. So I think those principles can be applied to anyone, anywhere in the world, if they have the yearning for something.
Thank you so very much. I mean, this is really a heart warming. You don't only say I love Vrindavan, I miss Vrindavan, but you rebuild Vrindavan in Perth with your artistic talents. And yeah, there I can only say I was there in that I visited Pujam Prabhu and Jagatarini when I was in Australia, and I remember going into this Vrindavan world, and it's really artistic. There are clay pots, and in the clay pots there are various words. It's so creative that one just wants to remain in there and keep on looking. But I very much appreciated how you said the principle can be adopted by everyone. Maybe not everyone on this call is an artist who can make such forms. We did also form here, see? But a big form, because our hands are very big. I mean, I helped in it. I'm totally useless for art. But yes, where are you attracted? What part of Vrindavan are you attracted? What gets to your heart? Is it Krishna Katha? Is it some memorial things, like you take something from Vrindavan? Is it that you are a visual person and you appreciate the deities? Then you can go to the web page of the Krishna Balaram temple. They have every darshan is streamed live. There are many things. Or do you like? I started to make slideshows of Vrindavan and showed them in my preaching programs, and also to the devotees. I made special devotee slideshows and special newcomer slideshows, and so on. And I began to sing in the public concerts, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna, and I told people about Vrindavan. And now I have detected a new technique where I am now, but I only will speak about it if I can maintain it for a year. Otherwise, so many things come and go, but we want to hear about something which is maintainable. Very quickly, I want to turn to Aditya Narayan Prabhu's questions from Hillsborough, USA. Aditi Narayan, here, the transcendental family is there, and your wife Ratna Radhika, you have come to the retreats a few times. So it's so nice to see you. Please ask your question with everyone.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, our humble obeisances. Thank you so much for the wonderful life lessons on Govardhana Leela. Maharaj, my question is about the feeling of repentance. And in your seminar, you had mentioned that how Indra was feeling that sincere repentance, and Krishna actually accepted that and forgave him. And you made the point that once we feel that sincere repentance, then Krishna makes arrangement for us to progress in our spiritual journey. So my question is, how can that feeling of repentance be like sincere and deep, in the sense that like we may do something which may not be so favorable, and we may just like feel little repentance, but it's not deep enough to actually, again, not redo the same activity. So that is the first part. And also I was wondering if you could share something on how the feeling of repentance can actually be connected to Krishna and not just be like, like a negative emotion. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I feel there is one thing I would like to say before I try to really answer the question. See, both in our philosophy as well as in science, it is known if you do something, that creates the impulse to do it again. And if you do it again and again, a stronger impulse is created. If you only do it one time, not such a strong impulse is created. The Bhagavatam speaks of seeds. Every activity is a seed that grows and brings fruit. And one of the fruit is that you wish to repeat it. That's why sinful activities are so disastrous, because you develop an attachment to do it again. Science speaks of neurons that fire together, wire together. That means they build connections inside the brain, and then you have a new pathway. You have a new thing that always demands further activities. And that's why people who, both from the spiritual as well as the scientific community, say you have to create new habits, and then following these habits, or the sanskaras. We speak of sanskaras in our philosophy, in order to get out of that. So a repentance is a strong emotion that breaks this pang. Oh no! Oh, how will you say in American English? You say, I blew it. At least in New York, one speaks like this. I blew it. It's like a candle, and I blew it out. It is now no light is there. I blew it out. I blew it. That repentance, strong repentance, is able to cut this vicious circle, so to say, or to break it. Now you asked how you can develop a deep repentance. And the only answer which I know to this question is you have to really increase your awareness of what you did. Now, I know that you are a wonderful devotee. I know, I've studied you very carefully. I think you don't need to worry so much, because you are a wonderful devotee. But I know sincere devotees will never agree. No, Maharaj, I'm not wonderful. They will see the places where they can improve. That is your right. But I can give you solace. Your case is not a difficult one. But since you are asking, you have to become more aware of what it is that was done by you, what are possible implications that this brings, and by increasing your awareness about what it is that was wrong and what are the implications, and making the awareness bigger, it's easier to think, wow, this is the extent of what I did, these are the consequences, let me really not do it again, and let me in fact even make good, let me make good. Repentance is a very important emotion, and Prabhupada speaks about it. I particularly would recommend you to Google and Veda base. In the 5th canto, there is a quotation of repentance. I think it belongs to Ajamil. He woke up from what he did, and he said, "Oh no! What a shameless cheater I am! I ruined my Brahminical culture. I was in a good Brahminical cultured family, but then I became attached to this prostitute, and I did terrible activities." And he really laments. And in these purports, where Prabhupada speaks about these utterances of lamentation or utterances of repentance, there you will find that he says this feeling should be the feeling of every member of the Krishna consciousness movement. We did so many things in the past which were not acceptable, and by this repentance, really, you can go on the new path. So I recommend you to please read in the, did I say 5th canto? That's not right. 6th canto. 6th canto. These prayers of Ajamil, which are spoken from a place of deep repentance, and Srila Prabhupada's excellent commentaries on this, which really speak to the heart, but also our situation. And then I think you will learn about repentance, and also, and by just learning about it and increasing your awareness, you will increase a very big force in you, a strong repentance which can cut, where you will say, enough is enough, enough is enough, and just don't do whatever is not yet 100% all right. But my dear devotees on this call, I have stayed in Aditi Narayan's and Ratna Radhika's house, and I really want you to know these devotees are exemplary. Not Gaur Krishna? Yes, Gaur Krishna also agrees. So we are two. Good. But since you are asking, this is the way to go. Increase the awareness, and you will find good food for thought in the 6th canto. You can, the repentance, repentance or penance? No, repentance. There's repentance, the word repentance. You have found, Gaur Krishna says he nods his head, it's there. You will find it. Good. So, thank you very much. Let us now turn to Burijan Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. From Loka Vidarbha. Oh, I think I answered this question yesterday. Okay, another one. I answered that one yesterday. This is from Mr. Anonymous. Prabhuji, you talked about the importance of Vani over Vapu Seva. No matter how hard we try to apply this, in actuality, it seems that Vapu Seva is more sought after. But in the temple I go to, my godbrothers run after physical service more. Many devotees appear only when their Gurudev comes to the temple. They come to pick up Gurudev from the airport, to play kartals in his kirtans, to pick up his slippers, etc. But after Gurudev leaves from the city, these devotees are not seen much around. And they are seniors from whom we learn. I know we are supposed to, in principle, do Vani Seva, but how to do it when our own Shiksha Gurus or Vapu Seva followers? So this is I could say it's somewhat a tricky question to answer also, because the person who's asked this anonymous person who has asked this is thinking of something very specific and mentioned some of the specifics, but we have to give a general answer here that's applicable to everyone. So the first thing I would like to say is that it's Vapus, because there's so many different elements intertwined in this particular question. But the first point I would like to make is that it's not that Vapu Seva is bad or anything like that. It's wonderful. Prabhupada traveled all around the world to give the association of his Vapu to the devotees. It is so powerful. But when Prabhupada said that Vani is more important than Vapu, the point that he was making is that the Vapu may be here today, then it may travel somewhere else, it may go here, it may go there, and you may not always be able to keep in the association of the Vapu. But the Vani, the instructions, if we can serve the instructions of our spiritual master, then we can always do that. We can do that regardless of whether our spiritual master is in the world or not in the world, in this city, in another city. So this was the point. It wasn't to minimize the importance of Vapu. One of my godbrothers once told me that he was in one room in Vrindavan many years ago, and one of his disciples was in the next room, and the disciple had cooked some food and then offered it to a picture of his spiritual master who was in the next room, and then ate. But the poor spiritual master was hungry. He forgot he was doing. He didn't think of feeding him at all. So it's not that Vapu Seva isn't important or essential even, and the devotees who served Prabhupada's Vapu, they were very special devotees who had that opportunity. But a different point is being made. So another point is that that came up in this question: if our seniors, the people who we are learning from, the implication was that they're not interested in Vani Seva, but they're only interested in Vapu Seva. So, of course, that's not so good, and it's not an example that we should follow. We want to follow the instructions of our spiritual master, and we want to follow the instructions of our spiritual masters if we have more than one spiritual master. So how can we do this when our seniors, this was the essential question, are only interested in Vapu Seva, is that we should follow the Vani of the spiritual master. And that's what Prabhupada really wanted us to do. He was so interested in service. There's one lecture that I heard of his in Mayapur, perhaps in 1976. He was just emphasizing this point of service. Just again, and he was talking about, he was in, I don't know what had happened in Mayapur, but there was some disturbance with one of his godbrothers, and he was saying if you want some want bricks and mortar, but some want to serve. So of course, Vapu Seva is also service. That's also service. But Prabhupada was given an instruction by his spiritual master, and he took that so seriously, and he just served that instruction. So he was preaching and preaching and preaching and preaching and preaching in English and all over the world and so many languages of the world. And something that like Trini Mataji was saying, well, she half said it, but I'll say it more directly, that when she started with her little Gopinath Seva, that she had no idea of what it was going to expand into, to this wonderful gallery in Gopinath Dham, and it is really wonderful. Perhaps later Sri Radharaman can put up the website so the devotees can see it. But it expanded. Krishna grabbed this idea of service that she had, and he expanded it. So Prabhupada had such a strong desire to serve, and I've also seen this with so many of Prabhupada's followers. They had such a strong desire to make a particular offering, and Prabhupada had that strong desire, such a strong and powerful desire in the line of his Guru Maharaj, directly from his Guru Maharaj, to do a specific service, and he saw that Krishna had picked it up, that Krishna was so strongly working through him, that Sri Krishna Chaitanya Gauranga Mahaprabhu, and by his mercy of his Guru and Krishna, that they were expanding it in hundreds and hundreds of directions, and inspiring others to expand it even further, and that made him still more inspired to serve and expand it. As long as Krishna was going to keep him and allow him to serve, he just wanted to expand it more and more and more. And from the book distribution to the Bhaktivedanta Institute to the opening of temples, Mayapur, Vrindavan, Juhu, Radharas Bihari to build a temple, and so many, just everywhere, in Germany and Australia and China, all over the world, Africa, everywhere. He saw that Krishna was empowering him, and he wanted to. That just increased his desire to serve, and that service wasn't possible for the Vapu of his spiritual master, and how important it turned out for the Vani of his spiritual master, which was Gauravani Pracharane, which was the Vani, the order, the desire of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, of his Guru Maharaj, the Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. So we want to find some service, and this is one of the keys to being in Vrindavan too. If we're there for many days and we don't have any service, Vrindavan is meant for service. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, when he took the devotees on parikrama, he would not let them cut the branches of the trees to use them as toothbrushes, which was the old traditional way of brushing one's teeth, because he said that Vrindavan is meant for Krishna's pleasure. So we go to Vrindavan and we try to do some service. I remember many years ago reading a story about some hippie who went to San Francisco in the height of the Haight-Ashbury hippie era, and he didn't want to be an outsider, but yet it was all going on and he didn't know anyone. So what did he do? He bought some hippie magazines at the cost price and began selling them on the street to start at a lower price even. And that got him engaged with all the people. So he was doing some service, he got involved. So we go to Vrindavan to serve. We go to Vrindavan to serve. And and what service should we do? What service can we do in the land of Vrindavan? Only insignificant service. So whatever it is, let us do that service with devotion. When we're serving the Vani, it doesn't have to be huge Vani like Prabhupada Seva that Prabhupada did, or so many of his exalted followers do. But we should do some service, and we should do that service with as much devotion as we can muster. And don't worry about the rest of the world and what the rest of the world is doing, but we should worry about what we are doing. Unless it's our service to worry about our seniors and et cetera, but we should mostly focus on ourselves and understand how to get ourselves correct. And that's really the secret of preaching. The secret of spiritual life is first you get yourself focused on getting yourself correct. You're making your own intention proper, making from the inside out. Get yourself right, get yourself in the mood of service. Please accept this humble offering that I'm going to make. I'm going to sweep the floor. Do you know, my dear Anonymous, that in Vrindavan, the highest service is considered Jaru Seva, sweeping, and a sweeper is considered low grade, but the highest service is considered Jaru Seva, just service, because it's done with interacting with the dust of Vrindavan, serving. It may be a little service, but serve in the mood to please those who we really wish to please. And if there's no one who we wish to please, well, then we should bring that lamentation, as Maharaj was saying, we bring that in front of, in Vrindavan, in front of Krishna Balaram, and say, just see my condition. I'm so selfish, just what to do? Unless you give me some mercy, what hope do I have? We become humble, in other words. We lament as Maharaj was speaking about, in answer to that question, we lament our lack of devotion. Hare Krishna.
This one is Shamadasi from South Africa. Shamadasi.
Hare Krishna. Can you hear me?
Shamadasi?
Hare Krishna.
Is that Shamadasi?
Yes, it is.
Okay, Shamadasi.
I had a few. Yes, thank you. Hare Krishna. I had a few questions. My first question was, which are the personalities that are the 5 gatekeepers of Vrindavan? That was one question. Then the other question was, you mentioned Tir Kadamba, the place of Rupa Goswami. I'd like to know, how does Tir Kadamba relate to the pastimes of the Lord? And the other question was answered. The question was, why did Lord Krishna allow for Sudama's poverty? And that was answered by Burujan Prabhu. Thank you, Mata.
Okay, Shama, I'll answer the middle one. You asked, Tir Kadamba was the place of Rupa Goswami where he resided. Does this place also have a special significance to Lord Krishna's pastimes? And the answer is yes, it does. Well, there's 2 reasons. One reason is if you go to Tir Kadamba, you'll see there's a big cemented, like an oval, flat shape, and all around there are colored cows. And these colored cement cows represent the fact that Tirkadamba was where Krishna used to kind of round up the cows in the morning, collect them all together before they set out for the forest. And then in the evening, he would he'd come back to Tirkadamba, he'd climb up a really big, thick trunked Kadamba tree, and he would take out, he had this mala, we have Tulsi mala, he had mani mala, jeweled mala, and he would take these beautiful jeweled beads and he would chant one by one, and he would count the herd of cows, the cows' names, chanting on these beads. And that's inconceivable for us because he had 900,000 cows in his care. So no human being can chant 900,000 cows' names to remember them all and to get them all into a short period of time. But Krishna knew the art, and he would call all the cows to come together here at Tirkadamba, and then with him in the front, with playing his flute, his hair covered in dust, and his eyes darting this way and that way to look for the beautiful girls who were standing behind the bushes or on their rooftops watching as Krishna walked into Nandagram. He would bring all the cows back in the evening to the Goshala. So Tirkadamba was this place where the cows met. But Tirkadamba also has another intimate rendezvous event space, and that is that, as we were speaking about in Javat, Srimati Radharani would make her way to Nandagram in the morning to cook for Krishna at the palace of Yasoda Devi, Ananda Maharaj, and she would purposefully go this way. She could go another way, but she'd go this way. And she would always, wear her sari like this, but the ladies, they can go like this, and they can look out and they peep out of a little eye hole, or they wear very, very soft cloth that they can see through. So she would walk along, her head would be covered, she would look the part, but actually her eyes as she came to Tirkadamba were gazing at the beautiful lotus-like eyes of Krishna. And Krishna would be looking back at her. And sometimes he would be milking the cows. He didn't have to milk the cows, but as she would come past, and she would find some reason to stop, like she dropped something or something happened, and she would stop just where she could see Krishna. And Krishna would take one of the teats of the cow and he would bend it in this direction, and then he would squeeze it very hard, and a whole squirt of milk would come in her face. And she would pretend to be very upset and very shy, and this was terrible. But actually, this was where Radha and Krishna would meet. And then she would hurry from there on to cook, to prepare Krishna's breakfast. So it's a meeting spot, Tirkadamba, for the boys, Sakyaras, and also for this intimate exchange between Radha and Krishna. So it's a very interior, special, beloved place. And that was why Srila Rupa Goswami chose that place to sit under those Kadamba trees and write his books about the moods and the nuances of relating between Radha and Krishna in Vrindavan Dham. So that's in brief Tirkadamba. I don't know who the 5 gatekeepers are. 5 gatekeepers. Maybe somebody else can answer that question.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I just got a note that Brahmatirtha Prabhu is online.
So maybe now is a good time to ask him to answer his
Yes.
question.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Then, with your permission, I will invite. Here is Brahmatirtha
Looks
Prabhu.
like Brahmatirtha.
Welcome, Brahmatirtha Prabhu. What we are doing here is we are asking the devotees to phrase their question. Could you please speak your question, and then I will try to answer it.
Yeah, thank you. I know some sincere devotees cannot travel to Govardhana. The health collapses the moment they breathe the Delhi air, and then everything goes downhill from there. These devotees then feel second class since they cannot enter into the mysteries for Braj. Any advice?
First of all, we are so happy to see you. But now we will just deal with your question. Yes, I did have time to think about it, actually, and I do know that Vrindavan on the surface becomes ecologically challenged. Last year, the index of pollution in the air was increasing. It was, I mean, many, many times beyond the acceptable measure. Many, many times, because all the Brijbasi farmers added to the bad air by burning their fields as they do at this time, and that creates a huge amount of smoke. And when there is no wind, oh yes. So I do know one of the people who had come with me was coughing blood, and every day the question was, do we fly this person out of Vrindavan, or do we hope that the next day will be better? It was scary. It was scary. I do think it will become better now. Ecologists the world over breathe a breath of relief, and although this COVID-19 thing is terrible, but the economies of the world go down and there is less pollution in the air. I saw pictures which are really, from the ecological point of view, very encouraging. But besides that, when you cannot go to Vrindavan, should you feel second class, that you are not able to enter the mysteries of Raj? Not at all. There are statements, and one of them is here, which say that if you are physically unable to go to Vrindavan, then one should mentally live there, because the miseries of Braj can be accessed everywhere. There's a beautiful pastime described in Madhava Mahotsava, where Srimati Radharani is requested to take her seat on a platform for a royal abhishek, where she will be crowned the queen of Vrindavan. So during this abhishek, at the very beginning, the wife of the sun god, Sanghya is her name, asks a very pertinent question. She sees Srimati Radharani, she sees her effulgence, and she thinks, she becomes aware, this is the most fortunate woman in the whole world, and in the whole of existence. She is even much more prominent than Lakshmi, the wife of Narayan. And she says, Samya asks, shouldn't she get a bigger kingdom than the kingdom of Vrindavan, which is only 40 to 50 square miles large. I mean, she is so much superior to any queen which is in the world and any queen which is in the spiritual world. And now we are crowning her to be and making her the empress of a very small territory. Isn't that wrong? Shouldn't that be right? Shouldn't that be made right? And then the answer which is given by Ekanamsa is you need to understand something about Vrindavan. Vrindavan, even in one corner, the whole universe is there. It's so expensive. So, in the sense of expanding. And if you think of the term dham, what does a holy dham mean? Is it just a territory which pilgrims visit in a certain place like Uttar Pradesh, India? No. Dham is the spiritual world. It's an embassy of the spiritual world here, and it carries the potency of the spiritual world. Just like the sun is distributed through the sun rays, a dham, which also one translation means effulgent, it is expanded everywhere. This is not just a philosophical construct for pious people, it is an experienced reality for many. If you stay at a place, wherever it is, America, China, France, Australia, and you are entering the spirit of Vrindavan, you enter the mysteries of Braj. I mean, Brahmatirtha Prabhu and everyone on this call, I had a little glimpse of this last Kartik. At the beginning of Kartik, I had caught a coronavirus, the coronavirus. It's now totally over. Please don't write a worried letter. No, I'm over it. It was a small breeze, and anyways, it went quite well. Then I understood also. I had understood I cannot be in Vrindavan during Kartik, and I'm very attached to staying during this time for a Kartik Vrata there. And then I tried to run away from where I stay and go to a German island to just be totally secluded and away from everyone and everything. But I couldn't go there because of the lockdown. So I was thrice an obstacle. So then I decided, okay, since 25 years you are doing this Kartik Vrata and you're coming to Vrindavan, will you now accept defeat? No. I will do what I do in Vrindavan during the Kartik Vrata. I will serve the Lord through chanting more and reading more. And in this way, I will enter the mode of service. And I will also read about Vrindavan-related subjects. I will do the Damodar Puja. I will, in my mind, go to Vrindavan, and it worked. It really worked. The rays of the Dham were here near Berlin. We felt near Berlin. We were in Vrindavan, and this Rupa Goswami writes about this. He says. In this famous verse, it's one of the seed verses for the more spontaneous forms of devotional service. And there it says the devotee should always think of Krishna within himself, and he should choose a very dear devotee who is a servitor of Krishna in Vrindavan. One should constantly engage in topics about that servitor and his loving relationship with Krishna, and one should live in Vrindavan. Then comes in the sentence by Srila Prabhupada. It's there in the text. He sees it in the text. If one is physically unable to go to Vrindavan, he should mentally live there. This is this explanation you will also find in the 8th verse of the Upadeshamrita, where it is also said that one should live in Vrindavan and follow and hear about the associates of Krishna, how they relate to Krishna. In this way get a taste of or understanding of that love. And there also the point is raised that if this is not possible to be done physically, that you stay in the Dham, do so mentally. My recommendation is put some udipans in your spurt, in your home in Gainesville. Udipans are those things which stimulate us for some way. If you can make some money, that you can buy a good photo of Vrindavan, frame it, hang it on the wall. You can from time to time hear about these very nice kirtans which are in Vrindavan. You could also do something like follow your interest in bhakti, or Braj Bhakti, which is related to Braj by reading related books. You could, I think you have a beautiful voice to sing. You can sing a very nice Vrindavan related bhajans. You are a good friend of Burijan Prabhu, and he is a homesick man. He feels homesick from Vrindavan, since I know this. He and his good wife, they are homesick. They are only stranded in Australia for some while. So you can find also out there how he manages, how he copes and survives, and get some ideas about mental residence in Vrindavan. Krishna consciousness. You know, I was one time thinking, Prabhupada's movement was a world movement, or is a world movement. How can the whole world fit into Vrindavan before the whole world has spiritual bodies, and then everything is possible? But he at the same time said to all his followers and to the whole world that Vrindavan is everywhere. He was asked in New York by one lady with that New York accent, Swamiji, are you here? Meaning a little bit, are you with us, or are you possibly in another space, you know? Are you here? Are you here? Prabhupada said, no, I'm always in Vrindavan, that lovely place by the bank of the Yamuna. He gave an example there, and there are many, many quotations where Prabhupada alludes to the all-pervading nature of the holy Dham, which can be assessed by entering the spirit of Braj. And that means to serve Krishna, and everyone is a servant. Even the river, even the trees are servants of Krishna. And Braj-related subjects. Yes, you go like, you are relieved. Hare Krishna. Yeah, what a wonderful and good question you have asked. Thank you very much. I'm hearing this is the last round, or is it already the end of everything, Prashanta? I see your... Oh, Hare Krishna. Okay, so let us give over to Prashanta, who will guide us into the next point of this wonderful Govardhana retreat, where we can feel Vrindavan coming. I don't think we should say it comes out of the computers. It is already everywhere, and we can understand it a little better by hearing all these things and seeing the videos and seeing Giriraj and seeing you in your mud house. I think you are in the mud house, clay house. I don't know how you say it in proper English. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much for the wonderful session. We would like to hear more and more. The questions are still pouring on the chat, and there are so many more questions. So let us see whether we can find some kind of solution to try to answer more of the questions in a different way. So we have passed a little bit the limits of our schedule. We are going to proceed with first images, more images of Vrindavan, but this time very special. We are going to give you a glimpse, a short glimpse of what the Govardhana retreat looks like in Govardhana. So please watch.
Namaste Girirajaya. Namaste Girirajaya.
That was a little invitation for you to come someday and be there at Giriraj during this wonderful time, right after Kartik. We are now going to have a very little brief presentation by Braj Bihari Prabhu.
Okay, ready, Prashanta?
Yes.
Okay, Hare Krishna. I'm just going to briefly talk about the books by our teachers and let you know about their availability. So this is just hot off the press. The veil begins to part. Matter of fact, there's the box, the first box that just came off the printing press yesterday. So there it is. So for those who may not be familiar with the other two books that Brijan Prabhu has written on an overview of the Srimad Bhagavatam, he's had this amazing way of combining Srila Prabhupada's Bhaktivedanta purports with other comments by our previous acharyas and put it together in an overview fashion that really helps us see the flow of the Srimad Bhagavatam. And I found it especially so in this book covering the 5th and 6th cantos, because there's a number of pastimes that traverse several chapters, Rishabhadev's teachings, and of course the whole structure of the universe, Ajamila's pastimes, and the whole combination of Vritrasura and Chitraketu. So I found it a great companion, Brijan Prabhu's books, a great companion to Srila Prabhupada's Srimad Bhagavatam, and helped me at least enter more deeply into Prabhupada's Bhagavatam due to the nature of the overview. So that's the veil begins to part. And at the end, in about a minute from now, you'll see how to get these books. The the next book is His Holiness Satchidananda Maharaj's The Living Name. And I can really speak about this book also because I read it almost every single day. There's so many helpful ways of deepening our chanting. There's great prayers, there's practical exercises, and I read a part of it every day during my japa session. And there's so much in this one book because it's a new devotee can get a lot out of it, and someone who's been chanting for decades and decades and is quite advanced in their chanting can get so much out of it. And for me, the great takeaway from this book is that we should establish our divine connection with Krishna and chant with that attentive attention, awareness and intention. And I read, there's prayers on page 117 of the book every day. And I'm not going to tell you what those prayers are. You're going to have to buy the book in order to know what those prayers are. But they're very, very powerful prayers. And the next book is by what I would consider a honorary member of the Govardhana retreat, His Holiness Giriraj Swami. This also, like Burijan Prabhu's books, is literally hot off the press. It's just coming out now. And for those of us who have read Maharaj's previous books, Watering the Seed, Many Moons, and Life's Final Exams, will definitely want to read this book about one of Srila Prabhupada's greatest victories. And finally, Madhavananda Prabhu mentioned this in his talk on the first day, that he comes out with these different volumes of the Sri Krishna Kathamrita, and this one volume is dedicated exclusively to Govardhana Hill. And we heard from him what a deep appreciation and understanding he has for Giriraj. So this would be another great reading for us to deepen our appreciation for Sri Vrindavan Dham and Sri Govardhana Hill. So this is how you can get the books. Just go to VIG Publications for Burijan Prabhu's books. There's many places that were mentioned, but this is one for Satchidananda Maharaj's books on his website, and for Giriraj Maharaj's books on his website, and Madhavananda Prabhu's books are available on Amazon. And all this information will be provided to the attendees, so you don't have to be writing all this down right now. So thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Raj Bihari Prabhu, for these announcements. As you said, we will circulate this information on the WhatsApp broadcasts, and so that devotees get the information. Let us turn now to a project which began long time ago in 2004. In 2004, we used to have the retreats. It was the beginning of the Govardhana retreat. It was 6 days only at that time. And Burijan Prabhu and Satchidananda Maharaj got inspired to actually create a space, a shelter, an ashraya to conduct the retreats. And since that time, in different phases, the project has been developing. The Govardhana Ashray Sanctuary and Retreat Center is developing very close to the lap of Govardhana, near a town named Jatipura, where we have been having the retreats since many years, 2013 or something. We started shifting to that town. So here it is, a presentation on the Govardhana Ashray.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
Hare Krishna. So I would like to welcome you all to Govardhana Ashray Century. Of course, we couldn't meet this year face to face, but still I would like to welcome all of you on this virtual tour of GRC, which we were doing every year. So this year like this. But before I start speaking any information about Govardhana Ashray, I would like to take all of you to our one of the dear place where we were gathered and doing special activities. So let's go there first.
Yeah, so here we are, direct under the foothills of Giriraj, the place where we can see Giriraj, the place where we can smell Giriraj, and the place even where we can hug him. Even, it's so close. He's so dear and so friendly that even, he doesn't mind if you hug him. So anyway, once I think we all should just, do this. Bolo Giriraj Maharaj ki jai. I was told last time that this was the 20th ceremony or anniversary of our retreats. But somehow, we were having a big plans to gather all of us here and do a very loud kirtan on this ceremony and, just shake this place with our Harinam. But somehow we couldn't gather in this 2020 for 20th anniversary. But still, I would request all of you to just think about this place. If all of you remember, I think maximum of you know this place where we were just gathering and doing this Harinam. And I remember as per Bhurijan Prabhu, he was always saying, when we sit here and we chant here under the foothills of Giriraj, we make a spiritual bubble of Harinam. And in that we float, we just swim in that. So, but that is always there. I don't miss it because I'm always here. But I would really send all of you my very deep prayers to Giriraj that please make that scenery again where all the devotees are seated and chanting the holy names of the Lord. So this is that. And please come. And for coming here, we need to make our request to Giriraj that he just sort out everything, all the issues, all the troubles and everything, and bring us here so we can stay together and chant the holy names of the Lord. Jai 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 Giriraj Maharaj ki Jai.
Hare Krishna. I greet you affectionately here from Germany. I want to say something about the Govardhana retreat and also the Govardhana retreat center. We have the feeling that both the retreat and the retreat center are personally orchestrated by Giriraj. Krishna himself in the form of Giriraj Govardhan.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. The Govardhan Retreat Center is a wonderful name for our project, but it's not actually our official name. The official name is Govardhan Ashraya Sanctuary and Retreat Center. We especially wanted the word sanctuary to be there because a sanctuary means a place of shelter and nourishment, and that exactly defines what we wish to happen at our Govardhana Ashraya Sanctuary and Retreat Center. We want the devotees to come, feel full shelter, full nourishment by chanting and hearing in the presence of Giriraj Govardhan, and that way get the blessings of Giriraj Govardhan. And the construction of the center is going on. It's going on. And it's our great hope and desire that next year's Govardhan retreat and the Harinam retreat and so many other retreats will be held at the Govardhan Ashraya Sanctuary and Retreat Center.
See, from the very beginning of our Govardhana retreat centers to where we are now, we made a long journey. I think the story is well known. We would, in the beginning of the Govardhana retreat, just somehow climb under the barbed wire and go to Giriraj, chant the morning prayers, and then have lectures on Krishna consciousness and mostly Krishna in Vrindavan. Then we changed to the much greater facilities of the Bal Krishna Bhavan. We started our retreat on the roof, really, and we would later add more and more devotional things like going to Surabikund for the Festival of Lights, etc. And now, this year, is also a special year. We have the Govardhan retreat online. I told the devotees a little while ago that the most constant thing in this world is change, and the earlier we accommodate to this concept, the better we go through life. Let me talk about the retreat center as such. Obviously, there were some hiccups, some difficulties in during the COVID times to have enough labor force, etc. But by Vrindavan we note wonderful activity, and by the agency, the supreme agency of Giriraj Govardhan, everything still could go on. There were some interruptions, but I hear even now there are 50 people working on the Govardhan Retreat Center. Why? Why a center? Our whole idea of making this center is to serve you better, to give you a place where there is ashraya or shelter. This will become increasingly important as Vrindavan gets more and more crowded by more and more pilgrims coming there. And to have a sealed off area will be a luxury, an area so close to Giriraj that you can feel almost his pulse and his heartbeat. There will be rooms for you that you can occupy the whole year. There will be not just the Govardhan retreat, which is obviously the highlight for which it was built in part, but there will be retreats of all sorts throughout the year. Please see this Govardhan Retreat Center as a building of the future. A building of the future in two ways. The first way is that we will move into the retreat center not maybe this year, because of the corona situation, but we are planning for the future. We will eventually all be there, meet there, hear about Krishna, feel Giriraj's pleasure and presence. This building is a building of the future in a second way also. And that is that even when we have served our time on this planet, so to say, it will stand there and host generations after generations of devotees and friends who will become enlivened and strengthened in the shelter of Giriraj. So let us build this for the future, for our future and the future of the people who come after us. Because Giriraj will still be there for them. Krishna is always there, and so is Giriraj. I thank you very much, and it is such a pleasure that we are all together part of this huge adventure, the Govardhana retreat, and building the Govardhana Retreat Center. Hare Krishna, Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai Giriraj Govardhana.
So we are back here at Govardhana Ashray, you can see, and behind me the main building you can see. So, and I remember last year when we all were here, and we were asked this question, then when the building will be ready, and I was of course saying that it will be ready for the next program. The back building, L building, that you can see the cladding, jali, everything is done, rooms are done, and majorly now we are just waiting for all of you to come and fill it up. So let's see a room which is almost ready. We can show you like how interior is, like inside the room is happening. Interior we have not done yet because of the timings, but the room is ready. Please come. And you can have the darshan of Giriraj. Come see. Look, there's a beautiful Giriraj here.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Okay, let me show you something very interesting. They say in English that window to the heaven. So here in this project we have a room where you can have a window to the Giriraj. So you can see this window, which is very interesting, and you see the Giriraj so beautiful. Like especially during the monsoon season when it is very much green, it looks like so beautiful when you sit here and see the Giriraj. Just look at it.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna.
You know, I'm always discussing with Gurujan Prabhu to finish this project and bring us a date so we can just, as soon as possible, we can just announce it to all of you that when we are opening and everything. But still, little things are pending. Some buildings are ready and a couple of work is pending. So, but I would say that still the opportunities are there. If anybody of you would like to help in this project,
the opportunities are still open to serve the Giriraj, and of course all of those Vaishnavas who will come here to stay with us or to take the ashray over here. So these options are still there.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram.
This is our hope, and we hope all the devotees will be there and we can hear and chant together for the pleasure of Giriraj Govardhan. And this will happen by the blessings of Srila Prabhupada, by the blessings of Giriraj Govardhan and all the Vaishnavas. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
2021. We welcome you at the Govardhana Shrine. It's worth coming, spend the time in a place very conducive, very peaceful, very close to Giriraj Govardhan. As we have heard from the from Vrindavan, Vinod Prabhu was speaking about the retreat center. We still need help to conclude the construction is kind of over. We need to do some of the interiors and so on. We still need to construct the hall where the retreats will be held. The retreats will be held in the hall as well as at the place where he was sitting, right by Giriraj. If you'd like to give any donations, please send a message on the chat so we can contact you. See you there sometimes. Well, time has passed, and it is now the time for us to initiate the closing ceremony of the Govardhan retreat. I would like to invite one more of our teachers, His Grace Madhavananda Prabhu. We invite him to join us.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Madhavananda Prabhu.
What a wonderful program, and so wonderful to see everybody. It reminds me of something I can say very quickly from Gopal Champu, how everyone in Braj was very depressed before Balaram appeared. And then when Balaram appeared, things were a little better. But Balaram himself was unhappy. And even all the other Brijbasis, there was something missing, there was something lacking. And Balaram wasn't so happy when Balaram would climb under the lap of Mother Yashoda, who was pregnant with Krishna. Then Balaram would brighten up and be so happy. So in the same way, we can all be together on Zoom, but there's still something lacking. We'd like to be at the Govardhan Ashraya and be with the devotees in person.
So we'd like to welcome all four of you. Yes, we can see you on the screen. And we'd like to begin. Maybe Maharaj would like to welcome us all for this closing ceremony. And then we'll hear from you. It's a conclusion, concluding ceremony by which we will be reminded of all what we have heard during the retreat. Maharaj would like to say something, otherwise.
Welcome everyone for this concluding session. I do remember whenever we did it at the Govardhana retreat live, you know, next to Giriraj, we as teachers had mixed feelings. One, that was a small part of it, was relief. Whew! It was a good marathon, because next to our sessions and next to attending the other teachers' sessions as much as possible, we were trying to be available for the devotees practically 24 hours a day is a little exaggerated, but 24 hours minus 2 hours a day maybe. So there was this relief, it's over. But at the same time, there was a little melancholy or sadness in our hearts, because staying at Govardhana can be done alone, but having a retreat where all of us form one community of searchers and finders, yes, that's also, that is unique. And the association of devotees who search in their spiritual life and who get insights and answers and in this way find, acts as a lift, you know, a community lift, which raises the atmosphere for everyone, including the monkeys and the dogs who are there. And that experience, it is a little bit is there in this online retreat, but really you have to go there. Your head has to touch the dust of Vrindavan, and you have to feel the excited sound of your neighbor who is just opening his heart to Krishna as he's or she sings, and so many. During such retreats, we see a lot of birth happening, birth of new realizations. So yes, so we are now at the Govardhana retreat closing ceremony. We are not as worked out as we are when we are in Vrindavan, but we have certainly a good dose of melancholy that it is over. And I suggested to Prashanta an idea that, I mean, we're moving in uncertain times. We really don't, you know, yes, let's fix our mind on the next Govardhana retreat, not online, but so on. But we are moving through uncertain times. And what we can really consider is to meet again in this combination of the teachers, meet online again with the presentations and with the videos, and this whole, Brahmatirtha said, the mystery of Braj, this whole, let us say, miracle or mystery, or this fourth dimension or this extraordinary dimension which you enter when you touch Vrindavan, even as we heard, just in your mind. This, you can feel the Braj Bhakti and its various offshoots happening in the heart when you meet together like this and churn the nectar of what it is. So when we were in the Govardhana retreat at the closing ceremony, we would always go one by one by one by one, and I don't now know what would be the best succession. Who should start? Maybe Burijan, you are the wisest amongst all of us. You should say Who should speak first, and then second, and then third, and then fourth? You please suggest.
Well, I wouldn't say. Anyway, I'll just, yes. Madhavananda Prabhu, can you have the concluding words? That's the way we usually proceed.
So you'd like me to speak next?
That would be wonderful. If I remember correctly, the theme of this closing is, what would you like the devotees to take with you, with them, as the retreat closes, as the sun sets on the retreat? What would you like from your presentation for the devotees in a concise way to take with them?
Gurave Guru Chandraya Radhikaya Tadalaye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tad Bhaktaya Namo Namaha. First of all, I just want to again and again thank you, Barijan Prabhu and Sachinanda Maharaj and Mother Jagatarani, for all the inspiration you've given me for so many years and encouragement and things. And this Govardhana retreat has been such an amazing, powerful thing in my life. So I'd just like to conclude with a few thoughts. We spoke something about how Giriraj is the ultimate team player. And I'd like to read you something that I found from Srila Prabhupada as an interesting quote, because it's not in the folio, but it's in the Back to Godhead magazine in 1976, and it's quoting Srila Prabhupada from a talk he gave in Mauritius. And I think this encapsulates very nicely some of the points we were seeing in our presentation, and very nicely describes some of the things that I hope devotees will take with them. What we wanted to speak about is how Giriraj is a team player, and how there's a great contrast between the worship of what Jagatarani Mataji called a few years ago, I think quoting Jiva Goswami, that pile of rocks, how Indra's spies came back to Indra and told him that the Brij Basis are worshiping this pile of rocks now instead of Indra. So the contrast of worshiping a pile of rocks, apparently, as compared to worshiping the king of the demigods, who's a great devotee. And Srila Prabhupada, in this talk, he said, Vedic society is based on the principle of love between husband and wife, father and son, the king and the citizens, and so on. Civilization must be founded on love, not law. By law, you cannot make a person love you. First, he must love you. Then he will gladly follow your law. Modern civilization lacks this basis of love, so everything is superficial and false. But if devotion to Krishna is made the basic principle, then people will be happy. So when I read this statement from Srila Prabhupada, it struck me, I thought here in a few words, he's described very brilliantly the difference between the worship and respect to Indra and the worship of Giriraj. The worship of Indra is based on law, and he's trying to force people to do something. But as Prabhupada said, when it lacks love, it's superficial and false. First, civilization must be founded on love, not law. And so this is Vrindavan. Vrindavan means love. And the Brij Basis, they chose love over law. There's an interesting meaning, alternative meaning of the word Govardhan that I was meditating on. This appears in Baladi Vidyabhushan's commentary on the 7th verse of Rupa Goswami's Pratama Govardhanashtaka. And he says the word go can mean thunderbolt. It means cows. And usually we say Govardhana means to nourish the cows. But another meaning is that go means thunderbolt, and Vardhana, which comes from the verb vard, vard means to tear apart or destroy. So in this way, Govardhana can also mean that which smashes the thunderbolt. So this is another poetic usage. that mountains and thunderbolts, they're eternal enemies. And usually a thunderbolt's more powerful of the two because it cuts off the wings of flying mountains and forces them to fall down on the earth and become immobile. But Giriraj is the one mountain who's on behalf of all the other mountains takes revenge on their eternal enemy, the thunderbolt, by smashing it to pieces. And for this reason, Giriraj, has that name, Giriraj, the king of mountains. When Indra's thunderbolts were hitting Giriraj, it wasn't Giriraj who felt pain, but it was the thunderbolts who felt pain. Rather, Giriraj simply felt ecstasy while being held aloft by his master. So I would like to say, if I can, a little something, a little topical. I was reading something recently someone sent me from a Vedic astrologer. I don't usually quote Vedic astrologers, but I really, really appreciated what was said. And this person had made many predictions which had come true. I've heard many astrologers speak about how the coronavirus is going to be this pandemic and this time. And also many astrologers are predicting there's going to be an economic collapse and worldwide quarrel and even war. Even I saw recently the United Nations is predicting like this. It's not, it's something which I think everybody can see. But this astrologer gave a warning. It said during this time when there's so much quarrels and there's so much confusion going on, that we should not get emotionally involved in any of the many different quarreling issues and groups. Rather, this is a time to go deep and to develop ourselves in an inner way. So this is a time to take shelter of the Bhagavatam, Harikatha, and Giriraj. And this astrologer said that if someone takes shelter in any of these quarreling issues or groups, which are they're predicting to come up, and who knows, maybe they won't, but I feel very confident to say that there's always going to be lots of quarrel and strife in the world. So it's a good warning no matter what. They said that if we get involved emotionally in other ways with these different issues, then it's only going to add to the confusion. Because people at this time, they need shelter. And that's the meaning of Giriraj. Giriraj gives shelter. Giriraj is shelter. He gives shelter to all the Brijbasis. And therefore, as we were reading in this 10th verse, it's described that Giriraj is Sokyaika Datta. He's the giver of happiness to the Brijbasis. And our acharyas have commented, Baladev Vidyabhushan has commented on this word, that he's Eka Sakyaita Datta. He's the one giver of happiness, meaning, one of the meanings meaning that he doesn't give happiness to devotees in other places who have other moods. That doesn't mean that Giriraj is spiteful or selfish, but it means that those persons who take shelter of Braj. And what does it mean to take shelter of Braj? As Satchidananda Maharaj is saying nicely, it's not just an external place for our body, but it means a state of consciousness. It means, as Baladev Vidyabhushan gives in his commentary, he says, Nija Nikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhana Tvam, has two meanings. One meaning is that please grant me residence near you.
Strange things with the hands and
Hare Krishna.
There's a way to do it with the green screen that it's more clear cut.
Hare Krishna. Should I keep going? I'm a little confused. We want to go to the Govardhana Ashraya and take shelter, and we want to pray to Giriraj, Nija Nikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhana. Please give me residence near you. But another meaning of Attva is a quality. And Baladev Vidyabhushan says that Raghunath Das Goswami is also praying to Giriraj, please give me your quality that you have. And what is Giriraj's quality? He's Sokyaika Datta. He's a giver of happiness to people who've developed this Braj mood. And this is Srila Prabhupada's gift to the world, to give Vrindavan. And at this time of trouble and trials, people need the devotees so very, very much. So this is my meditation I'd like to suggest to the devotees on this day, that at this time, this very troubled time in the world, We need desperately people who are taking shelter and offering shelter of Giriraj and a Srimad Bhagavatam, and are not emotionally attached to this side or that side. There's going to be so many different sides, but we want to take shelter of Giriraj and have that quality of Giriraj and be something of a channel for Giriraj, for his Sokyaika Datta, his giving, being the sole giver of bliss to everyone. So again, I just want to thank over and over again Sachinanda Maharaj and Barijan Prabhu and Jagat Tarini Mataji and Prasanta for all of your kindness on me and engaging me in this way and encouraging me to think something about Giriraj. And thank you for organizing this wonderful program. It's organized in such a wonderful way. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. I think from past instances, we would now request our Jagatarini Mataji to address all of us. What are your messages that you wish people to take along or put into their lives?
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nirvisesha Sunyavadi Paskatya Deshatarane. Hare Krishna Srila Prabhupada. It was interesting in the late 80s or the early 90s, my husband decided to do Dandavat Prikrama around Vrindavan. And he would go out for some time, some hours in the day, and come back, and he was doing it over a period of time. And one day he came back and he told me, I met a really, really special person, and I'd like you to meet him. So I pictured in my mind with some excitement meeting some unknown Vaishnava, some sadhu or some devotee I'd never met before. And the following day, he took me with him. We got a rickshaw. We went back along the Vrindavan Parikram path. And then we got out of the rickshaw and we walked up, and it was a tree. It was a peepal tree that had a kind of a cement landing beside it and around it, so that you could actually walk around the tree. And I must admit that at that moment I was a little surprised, because I was expecting to meet a person. And we did the circumambulation of the tree. And then, like other people, because this tree was on the Parikrama path, we put our head to the tree. And he said to me, stay there, stay there, stay there. So I kept my head at the tree. And I was trying to comprehend what I was experiencing. So I think the thing at that moment that puzzled me a little bit was the idea that a tree could be described as a personality. But over the years, I began to find other trees that also seemed to be able to claim personality. And I began to realize that these trees were not inert wood or even living bark or something constructed with bricks, man-made, some kind of a building or a monument, but that they were living sadhus, living in Vrindavan, silently living there. And then I started to do a little research, and I met some people and I asked them questions, and I had loads of questions, hundreds of questions actually, and many of those questions never received an answer. I don't know if they needed to. But in speaking to different sadhus, I asked, so how do you relate to a tree? And one very exalted person who I spoke with looked at me and said, you bow down at their feet. And I was like, feet? And he pointed down, down, you bow your head down at their feet. And then I realized that they have roots, they're grounded. And I wanted to write a book about these trees, but I had neither the maturity, the realization, or the age, the experience to be able to write anything that had any depth of meaning. And then in 2015, I think it was, I read the story of Krishna approaching the Brahmins' wives and seeking from them, first of all, the Brahmins, and second of all, their wives, and seeking that they should make an offering. And the Brahmins were preoccupied with making their life more and more auspicious, and ultimately their ideal was to go to heaven. So they were performing rituals and practices, and they were highly evolved, most pious, and very special people. But before Krishna introduces them, or Sukadeva Goswami introduces us to these brahmanas, Krishna is walking through the Braj forest, surrounded by his most intimate friends. And he is, as Madhavananda Prabhu so beautifully spoke, he is expressing and exchanging love. So he praises one boy, then the other boy, and so forth. And there's so much play going on, but so loving. And then Krishna looks at the trees and he starts to glorify the trees. And he says that these trees, they tolerate so much. And life is meant exclusively for the benefit of others. Even after being disturbed by herds of animals, the tree remains charitable. This is its character. Even if one takes birth as an insignificant plant in Vrindavan, he still should be accepted as a saint. Taking birth as a tree in Vrindavan, therefore, is itself a perfection, fulfilling all the needs of the soul. So these trees have taken birth in Vrindavan, and they're capable of fulfilling all the needs of their souls by their intimate association with the deep, deep dust of Vrindavan. And they're also capable of helping satisfy all the needs of our souls, or us. So then Krishna goes on to praise the trees to his friends. He praises them in this way and that way. And he says, these saintly and virtuous trees shield other living beings from the burning heat of the sunshine because they use their own bodies to do that. And because they live only to protect the lives of others, these trees are glorious. Now, when I was in that research phase, I had read somewhere that tree birth is in the mode of ignorance. Trees have very low consciousness, almost no consciousness. And you hear, you can find verses like that throughout the Bhagavatam. So when I was researching, I also was carrying this sense that these trees, it's not a very special thing to be a tree. Imagine being a tree. You know, you don't aim to be a tree. And so I asked one of these Vaishnavas I was questioning, so these trees in Vrindavan, they're in the mode of ignorance? And this person drew back and looked very shocked and said, never. And to this day, I can remember that response when I was just simply presenting my own worldly understanding. Because they live only to protect the lives of others, these trees are glorious. And then Krishna says, human beings who act for the benefit of others are called devotees. Others who act only for their own benefit only pretend to be saintly and virtuous. Of course, when I read that, I felt terrible. Krishna here is referring to the fact that he is going to he's going to contrast these trees with these most exalted in humankind, most saintly brahmanas. And he's going to show that even if you're saintly beyond comprehension, if you're not living for the benefit of others, that's not the definition that he gives of a devotee. Trees are glorious. These trees' glories are beyond anything that can be described in words of prayers. So this year, I undertook what was to me a transcendental nightmare, insofar as I had little to no experience of making videos, and I had little to no experience of actually speaking these leelas. And I started a month early to try to complete this task. And the most profound thing to me, although it would sound really embarrassingly egocentric, was that when I would myself even listen to what I was saying, which didn't seem to be very profound when I was filming it, but when I listened to it at the end, it made my hair stand on end. In the same way as Srila Prabhupada, he would read his own Krishna book because the content was so powerful. So I didn't feel like a devotee. I didn't feel like I was even capable of acting for the benefit of others. That didn't transpire in my heart, but my admiration and love for these trees magnified. And that was what I was hoping in some humble way, with all the mistakes and all the things that I could see that didn't work right, and so on, that I could share and offer that to the devotees, so that when next they go to Vrindavan, they'll look at every tree differently. Now, I will add that in my own attempts to go out to different places and video trees and get to know the trees a little more, I saw that, practically speaking, all of Braj is littered with trees. So the question arose in my mind, so are they all the same? Are they all spiritual? Do I have to go around like this to every tree, everywhere? Because every field has a tree. There's a tree there. There's new growing up trees. Do I have to kind of like expand to be able to take in everything? And I pacified myself with an analogy, and that is that we should honor everyone because everyone is a part of Krishna. Within the essence is the same. We're family. And yet, there are outstanding Vaishnavas who rise above the ranks of all of us. And likewise, there are outstanding trees that if you go to Vrindavan, you should go and touch the feet of those trees. Some of them are situated at key positions of leelas. They stand there and represent this happened here. And others, they grow anonymously, and yet they grow with this incredible dignity and character. And nowadays, many have been chopped and removed so that we will have nice hotels, 5-star, and so forth. So there felt in me an urgency to collect this, to collate this, to put this together so that in future when we say there was a tree here once, this tree has gone, we should feel their separation, but we should know who they were and who they are. And I'll complete with one little story. I remember I went with one very elevated Vaishnava who knew Vrindavan very well, and we went to Uddhav Kyari. At that time, Uddhav Kyari was full of bramble, bubble trees everywhere, and there was one lone kadamba tree left. And we went to that place and we paid our obeisances to that tree, which has long gone. And we were standing there, and it felt so eerie that one description was being given, but nothing to be seen. And he turned to us and he said, "They're all here. They're all here. You just can't see them." So that to me also was incredibly comforting, that it's not like we should panic that, oh my gosh, I missed that, I missed this, oh, what will happen to me and it will never come again. But we should take otherwise, that we should do our devotional activities sincerely. Go to these places if opportunity arises. Keep a photo of a favorite tree. There's so many on the internet. And pray to that tree and see if they do something for you. You have to pray to that tree and see if a response comes. So I would just like to finish by saying that if anyone would like to see those video presentations again or share them with others, I know they're available also on the VIHE website, but we have posted them also on our Sacred India Gallery YouTube, a Vimeo site. If you go to this, there is a tab at our Vimeo link at our website called Tree Stories. And there you will find the two videos, first and last one have already been posted, and the third one will be coming up very soon. So thank you for giving me an opportunity to do something that was resting in my heart as a seed since the 80s. And I also want to say, just before closing, that in 2004 or 2003, we were standing by the side of Giriraj, the three of us. My husband had gone this way, Satyanandan Maharaj had gone that way, and I was standing in the center. And it was a misty day, the morning after the retreat had finished. And Satyanandan Maharaj was coming this way, and my husband was coming this way, so that we would meet together for our final words. And when Maharaj came up to me at that time, he said to me, "You should write your book about the trees." And I gave him this look that meant, I don't think I can do it. And he very kindly said to me, "No," he said, "it will be very important for the devotee community. You should write your book." And then he looked at me and he said, "It will not be outside of your service to Gopinath." So thank you, Maharaj, for keeping the flame somehow on the back burner, but burning. And thank you to Prashanta and all the devotees involved in the retreat for allowing me the opportunity to try and offer that service. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Wonderful, wonderful. Yes, I do remember you talking about the tree project, the sacred tree project, and I remember also that day when we were all together at the Govardhana, near Giriraj Govardhana, and I must really say, when I watched these presentations, saw the trees, and saw also the photos from Vrindavan in old times, I could again feel urgent need to preserve the legacy. And trees, if you just think about them, they grow for hundreds of years in order to come to that size, and they perceive for hundreds of years what is happening in their shade. So very, very, very nice service. And as people become more spiritually aware, I think they will see the preciousness. And also by talking about something which is so much out of the consciousness of mind, that there's a tree who sees, a tree who speaks, a Vrindavan tree, and we begin to understand more of that invisible dimension of Vrindavan, that real and ultimate dimension of Braj. I think since I'm already talking, if this is okay, Burijan Prabhu, I will just summarize my own presentation, and then we go to you. Are you comfortable with it? Good. So my presentation was called Lessons from the Govardhana Leela, and I had a very special purpose, or specific purpose, to give these presentations. I wanted to show the contrast between the Brajbasis, the committed devotees of Krishna, and Indra, who acted on the who acted and thought like a non-devotee. He was later corrected. I was hoping that my audience would see that traces of both of these personalities can be found within them. Yes, we have something of a devotee in us, and we have something of a non-devotee in us. We are, philosophically speaking, marginal Tatastha Shakti, who can be sometimes in spiritual consciousness and sometimes also in material consciousness. The example which is given of a marginal situation is that of the shore. The shore, not the beach, but the shore, which is just edging to the ocean. Sometimes that stretch of land is covered by ocean water, and sometimes when the waves recede, it is not covered by water, it is in the air, in the sunshine. So in the same way, we as conditioned living entities are sometimes covered by the material energy. Sometimes the material energy receives us mercy, and we can genuinely feel the influence of the spiritual energy upon us. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, in his explanations to the Nrsimha Leela, pointed out this point. He said there's Prahlad, the great devotee of the Lord, and in this Leela there's Hiranyakashipu, who opposes the Lord. And then he says, and we are somewhere in between, marginal potencies, in between Prahlad and the opponent, the opposite. And we need to negotiate these opposites and find out ways how to, these are my words, the end of quote. We need to negotiate these opposites and find out how to increase the devotion portion, the devotee portion in us, which will automatically decrease the material portion in us. I said automatically. I would like to correct myself here. We should also watch the material side, and we should take care that it goes down and the devotee side grows up. So by discussing the confrontation between Indra and the Brijbasis, I wanted to make that a little bit more clearer. Now, it was very interesting what went on in the Govardhana Leela. It says, while outside there were great rainstorms, roaring wind, hard hail, thunder and dark clouds. This is what was created by Indra. Outside, rainstorms, roaring winds, hard hail, ice came down, thunder and dark clouds, which caused suffering. Inside, you know, that is under the Govardhana, under Giriyaj Govardhana, inside there was no rain, there were sweet voices, there were pleasant breezes, attractive songs, rays of light, and Krishna of remarkable beauty, which produced happiness. My dear devotees, decide, do you wish to be inside or outside? I mean, that's a rhetoric question. Of course we all want to be inside. But if we really want to be inside, we will have to negotiate between these two opposites in our personality, the devotee and the non-devotee. One of my godbrothers once smilingly said to me, every morning I'm waking up as an atheist. I said, me also, but let us cry. That would be this would be the better emotional response. This is not something we could smile about. Yes, two natures, which sometimes one takes over, and we hope that the other, the spiritual nature, takes over. That you have to work on. My dear Govardhana retreat participants, now start, as we always say, Burijan Prabhu already said, Govardhana retreat part 2, the most important part. If something touched you, if you were for a moment thinking, wow, this is true, if you were wondering about the loving dealings between Sudama and Krishna, and if you were musing about the question, how did Krishna care for him? If you looked at trees and heard their stories through the mouth of Jagatarini, if something came to you, that is the real benefit of this online retreat. And it is necessary to pursue that and see how you can make that bigger and decrease the other side. As a concluding thing, as a concluding sentence, I want to again point out this this tool, this implement, this thing which Krishna has bestowed upon all of us, so that we can go to in our spiritual life forward. It is prayer. But prayer only grows out of the humus, the fertile area of repentance, where you feel, oh yes, I can relate to these two natures, and one of these natures also has given me in the past suffering. I don't want to suffer, but I have myself been the cause of this suffering. I'm sincerely repenting my ignorance, and I want to make a change here. And then you can pray from that location, and your prayers get color, your prayers get volume, your prayers get range, and can reach the heart of Krishna. I want to thank all of you for being with us. From the questions we could see, there were all of the questions which came were really such serious questions. I would like to thank also our Prashanta. Prashanta sent me voicemails, and voicemails were so tired that I just felt in my heart to respond, sleep, 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 you're too tired. But of course, how can Prashanta sleep during this time? I think some sleep must have been there, but sufficiently. And I want to thank the team. I do know what blood, sweat, and tears can go into organizing an online event like this, where devotees from various locations are zoomed in, and as Prashanta said in the beginning, Vrindavan is still a village. The internet wires are hanging around, and the monkeys swing on the internet wires, and when they rip and are torn apart, the monkeys celebrate a victory. So yes, you have managed really, really amazingly nice. I thought it would not be possible to do these various streaming live streaming of various people, then putting things onto the screen, sharing screens, and doing all these internet acrobatics. But you did really well. And fighting with the India factor. Thank you very much. But most of all, I want to thank maybe not most of all, but I want to end with two personalities. Srila Prabhupada, my dear devotees, if he would not have come, if he would not have left his comfortable arrangement in Vrindavan, where he felt perfectly happy, and he left when he was an old man, elderly, and he went through this excruciating experience of crossing the Atlantic, and he had a heart attack, and he had impossible starting situations. I think in New York, you have read all this. And if he would not have shared Vrindavan with all of us, we would not know about this, because it's an inconceivable place. We would not, your National Geographics would not have explained Vrindavan to you. No. Even spiritual books would not have been able to touch Braj Bhakti. It needed a devotee like Prabhupada, who was Brajbasi himself, who understood who lived the philosophy behind this, who had the realized bhakti to bring us dead people to life. And the second person I want to thank is our Burijan Prabhu, because really, I know he doesn't like me saying this, but what can I do? It's the truth. He has convinced me. It was not easy, because I wanted to a little bit, I don't know if it's right to say, but I came to Vrindavan as an entirely private person, a person who did not wish to be seen, who didn't wish to be addressed as a preacher, who wanted to cultivate something deep inside. And I was not enthusiastic, but Burijan Prabhu has not given up on me, and we have spent also very personal time together, where we were able to share our hearts, and in this way I'm there, and I'm honestly grateful, because you had to. It would have been easy if you just would have to get the body of Satchidananda Swami, who would do, but you had to get the heart of Satchidananda Swami, and it's not easy to get the heart of another person. So thank you very much. So now I want to turn over the microphone, or the yellow window for a speaker. When we are on, there is a yellow border around our thing, our image, or whatever you say. So I want to let the yellow border wander to Burijan Prabhu.
I think Giriraj Maharaj, our Giriraj Govardhana, has taken your heart. I think. That's what I think. because it's true. He's there's something magic coming when you come in the association of Giriraj Govardhan. There's thousands and thousands of people circumambulate him, and he's reciprocating with everyone. And yeah, most special, most special, most special. And as you said, very, very rightly, our access to Vrindavan and Giriraj Govardhan is so much dependent on Srila Prabhupada, and it's really his gift. And along with the lamentation that you brought up as a very important quality for our advancement, also the gratitude and not forgetting those who really helped us along and who nourish us, of course, to this day. It's like the roots of the tree, isn't it? You know, if the roots of the tree are cut, if we're cut off from the root, the source, then the plant will die. The tender creeper. But thank you, Maharaj, because I remember one conversation we had where, yeah, never mind. It's interesting how you remember how I first suggested that we do the Govardhan retreat, and I remember how you first suggested we do the Govardhan retreat. So, so I don't know. Yeah, from humble beginnings of sitting by Govardhan and under the trees, and just with maybe 20, 25 devotees, I think, right in the beginning were present. And but I think we still spoke like there were 1,000 people present, you know, because we were so inspired by the atmosphere. It was just like you read about in the books, you know, just sitting under the trees and in that incredible atmosphere with the parrots and the peacocks, and then the cows sometimes wandering by. Very, very special. And it's yeah, it was and is difficult not to think about Krishna in Vrindavan. And this is the contradiction, because we know that if we can't go to Vrindavan, we can go there by our mind. But yet there's something special about being there. And when we enter Vrindavan after being away from Vrindavan, we feel entering into somehow this magical bubble of sweetness that is Vrindavan. And as Jagatrini Mataji mentioned, that it's alive. Well, that's the way I see it, the words I use. I remember one time we were, Maharaj, you and I and other devotees, we were going to different Saki villages, and we could just experience that the land was reciprocating with us, because we were doing kirtan, we were glorifying Krishna. And that's really the key in Vrindavan, is let us glorify Krishna, and with no other motive except that, because other than it's completely natural for us to glorify Krishna. So, and then it creates a special atmosphere, and that's sort of what the mood of the Govardhan retreats is. Let's just glorify Krishna in the presence of Giriraj Govardhan, and then receive his blessings, because that, as Madhavananda Prabhu said, that greatest of team player, that's when he's satisfied, when Krishna is glorified, when Krishna is pleased, and therefore he's serving everyone. So you thank me and you give me the credit, but I will say that I thank you and give you the credit, because first of all, your faith that if we desire to do it, all Krishna will provide everything, and also your very special and very unique personality that is, it shines forward and warms our hearts and warms the hearts of everyone. Gentle way of dealing. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your association, Hare Krishna. So I am supposed to say something about what I would like the devotees to take with them. Probably primary is that it was so interesting to me because the challenge, and I think Maharaj faced that challenge, is that how do you tell devotees who already know the story, already the pastimes, how are you going to say it in a way that's alive for them? Otherwise, of course, everyone will either go to sleep or mentally or physically or be completely distracted unless there's some life in it. And before you can give life to others, you have to be experiencing life yourself. So how to penetrate deeply enough into the pastime that it becomes again alive. And I think you really pointed out, Maharaj, and also we saw with Madhavananda what was alive for him, and we saw with Jagatarini Mataji what's alive for her. And it's so interesting how Krishna gives life to different devotees and all in their own individual ways that are so compatible with who they are. So that is one of the things that really came up for me in this retreat, because I knew that I was going to have, there were some verses in that in the pastime when Sudama just goes to see Krishna, and Krishna starts explaining Guru Tattva. There are 3 kinds of gurus, and I know that it's actually a very complicated subject. In nowadays and in ISKCON, it's not the simplest of subjects, because there's our Diksha Gurus, and then then Diksha Guru may be the Shiksha Guru also, or even very controversially, we may have taken Diksha at a particular time, and we never see that person, or they're too busy, they have many disciples, or different natures and things like that. And there's Shiksha Gurus, and then there's Prabhupada as the preeminent founder Acharya, and so it's not the simplest of topics. And it's not the simplest of topics at all, but I knew I had to speak about it to some degree, because Krishna spoke about it, and I was covering the Leela. And one doesn't want to avoid what Krishna says, because it's complicated, but yet there wasn't enough time to cover this topic in full. But what I want to say, and what really struck me, is in some of the questions, I knew it was going to churn in different devotees' hearts, because it isn't the simplest question for everyone. We see we look at our Madhavananda, and and it may superficially, and it's true, he loves his Sanskrit verses, and he loves to quote this and he loves to quote that, and but that's not really what's driving him. What's driving him is what we discussed in the second of classes, is his Guru Maharaj, His Holiness Govardhana Maharaj. That's at the heart of who Madhavananda Prabhu is, and it manifests in his own way, through his individuality. But that's what's driving it, and we see that's what's driving his engine, so to speak. It's that true and honest love for His Holiness Govardhana Maharaj, His Divine Grace Govardhana Maharaj. And but yet it was a controversial topic. And one of the points that I wanted the devotees to take with them from this is that don't worry if the relationship we happen to have and some of the devotees were hinting, and and everyone's not going to have the personal association, especially Matajis. They can't, when they're gurus or sannyasi, they can't, like, how close on one level can they get? But it's not Krishna consciousness, as Madhavananda was really expressed as a theme. It's not just law. The law is necessary, but it's not just law. It's love. So if some love is there, some deep appreciation is there for the sincerity, for the nature, for the teachings, the personality, then somehow or another Krishna will manifest. He will manifest a way for you to serve. Who would imagine that someone would be getting so much life and inspiration from the trees of Vrindavan? Certainly we couldn't imagine this years ago, or from making little figures like that and reminding them of Vrindavan. But this is Krishna dealing with individuals. And this is what we can trust, and this is what we see with Sudama, is that Krishna dealt with him as an individual. And Krishna, that's why Krishna is Krishna, because he can deal with all the individuals and be central, and he can deal with everyone because he's Krishna. He's in everyone's heart. He's the Supreme Personality of Godhead, etc., etc. But he deals with everyone. So what we learn, one of the main things we learn and we want to take with us from this pastime of Sudama is, yes, Krishna dealt with Sudama in that way. And he'll also, if you do your part, he'll also deal with you in a very individual way. And he'll give you what you need. And he'll carry what you lack, because he is a lover of his devotees. Atmapadanta Vidanyata, he's Bhakta Vatsalya. And by hearing about Krishna and by making good, deep friendships with the devotees and discussing our lives and Shastra and what we're learning and what our challenges are, then we shall increase our trust, our faith. And that trust and faith is required to move ahead. Without trusting Krishna, how are we going to give ourselves to him? Without trusting a person, how can we love him? Him, her. How can we love with trust? That they're fully trustworthy. And Krishna and Prabhupada actually said in a lecture, a lecture in Japan, that he told us that he had made a tape of, because Sudama Prabhu asked him to make some recording for us. And we had a program, and Prabhupada said that the purpose of the Krishna consciousness movement is to take the loving propensity that we have, that starts when we love our mother, then our father, and then expands to our brothers and sisters, and then maybe to our community, and then to our friends, just like Krishna's Leela progresses, and then to our family. We create a family, and even if it expands to all humanity or every living entity, we won't be satisfied until it expands to Krishna. And he said that was the message of the Krishna consciousness movement, that we should learn to love Krishna. And if we touch Krishna in so many of the different forms that he comes, if we speculate and try by our own power to touch Krishna, to know Krishna, to love Krishna, we'll never know him. But he so kindly comes into this world in the form of the holy names, in the form of the devotees, in the form of the Bhagavatam. This is Krishna's entry in the form of the deity, in the form of the holy Dham. This is Krishna's mercy to us. We think Krishna is not merciful because he sent tsunamis and COVID viruses or whatever. But Krishna's But Krishna sends the light into this realm of darkness, but we have to do our little part in holding on to this, to the spiritual realm, Golokeda, Premadana, Harinama Sankirtan. And if we need to associate with devotees who have some more taste for us than us in these items, these items of Panchaga Bhakti. And look what Prabhupada did. This is he created a society of devotees. Otherwise, where would we get the association to that we can talk about Krishna and receive some enlightenment in. So I mentioned a few of the points that I wanted, and I was hoping that I got from, of course, the secret in giving, in being a teacher and giving classes is that your mind can't wander as much as the listener's mind can wander. You're the first hearer in that sense. So you have to listen to all what you're saying. And as one of my exalted God brothers once told me, he said, I wish I could always be in that, in the faith and the depth as when I'm giving Bhagavad Gita class, to be as steady in myself as when I'm talking to others. So that's the gift of teaching, of preaching. And Prabhupada really, he actually said, if without preaching, the movement is rubbish. He used that word, a harsh word, rubbish. And in reading Chaitanya Charitamrita, I see that Mahaprabhu really places this in the, along with Harinam, he places prachar, preaching, giving class, sharing with others. Because after all, what is preaching? It's not, again, it's not law, it's not mechanical. What comes through is preaching really is so simple. It's a Vaishnava or even sharing his heart, his life. And that's what touches people. When we share our hearts, their hearts become touched. And that everyone can do according to whatever realizations they have. And Prabhupada said this is the key of preaching, is you speak from your realization, you speak the truth according to your actual realization. And he even said that if all you can say is, I like these people, they're very nice. These people who are chanting Hare Krishna, I like these people who are chanting, they're nice. He said that will have potency, if that's what you can honestly say. So let me just look over the notes I took for what I wanted to say. And yeah, here's one point, that there are two parts in every relationship. Don't worry about Krishna's part. Just worry about your own part. Try to do your part well and with bhakti, with sincerity. I wanted to say, because I touched another subject that can be very sensitive in this age because of the unfortunate past that we've had about Gurukula, is that we heard about an ideal student being with an ideal teacher. And for Gurukula to be successful, it needs ideal students, ideal teachers, and an ideal environment. Otherwise, there could be problems. So I didn't want to over-idealize something, but yet it was so sweet, the dealings, Krishna's serving mood and how, and naturally the blessings that Sandipani Muni that just rained down on Krishna, and Krishna was so attractive and sweet. Another point, when there is true surrendered devotion in one's service, one will see Krishna's kindness in even the most difficult of times. And one example from the Bhagavatam of that is Vidura, who, when Duryodhana so chastised him so harshly for speaking the truth, and Vidura took his bow, and what he said was, Duryodhana is envious. He was speaking to Dhritarashtra and said, don't listen to Duryodhana. He's envious, even envious of Krishna. And Duryodhana just said, you spoke so harshly to him. The son of a maidservant dares to criticize those who are maintaining him. And Vidura took his bow, put it by the door, and walked out. And Prabhupada in his purport says that Vidura saw the external energy, in other words, Duryodhana's Maya and his envy acting simultaneously with the internal energy or Krishna's desire. So one who is focused on serving Krishna and is focused deeply enough, he can see Krishna's mercy as Sudama saw Krishna's mercy in his poverty and in his opulence. So that's an ideal that we should keep our eye on. Another point, developing a loving relationship with Krishna and offering service, be it big or small. Sudama's service, he was amazed that his service was so small, but it was bhakti laden, is life's purpose. Try your best to humbly do something with devotion, just for Krishna's pleasure. 2 parts in every relationship. Focus on your part. Develop a living relationship with Krishna in the form of his holy names, his books, his deity, his holy land, and his devotees. And these items are so powerful. And I really saw this in these classes, because in my classes I saw that I didn't know how to proceed so much of the time, how to give it life with a story that everyone already knows, a pastime that everyone knows, and then I'd wake up in the morning and I'd like be taking, the book would reciprocate with me. So we need life in our devotional service, and it's not far. It's not far. It's given to us in so many forms. So develop a relationship with some form of Krishna's mercy in the form of Guru, in the form of the holy names. And Satchidananda Maharaj, I would say when he talks about the holy names, this is his main point. He's a person. There's a person on the other side of this. You're chanting, but there's Krishna. So he'll reveal to you as much as he desires. But you be there, knowing that that capacity is there, and you want to go in with a mood of service. So with his holy names, the Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita, Chaitanya Charitamrita, his holy land, Vrindavan, the dust, Giriraj, they're all alive. Vrindavan is alive. It will reciprocate with you. And this is what I really saw, that the Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita, Chaitanya Charitamrita, they're all living books. They're all living. They're alive. They're Krishna. Don't only always be looking for something new to read. Take these books, but don't only, this is, I already know this, I've already read this. Don't have that mind, because take these books and enter into them deeply, cultivate a long-term relationship with them. Not that one should read other books, I don't mean that at all. But these books are unlimited, and they'll reciprocate. And take them. They're Krishna's gift. Okay, that's what I wanted to say. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Thank you. Satchidananda Maharaj, we're back to you with the yellow border, and I think it's time to.
Yes, we will now do the concluding kirtan. Again, I would request all of you to get ready and sing. Never, please don't think. I've done so often the kirtan. I know how many words. 16 words. I know. We will not know until we become mad by chanting even one of these words, mad with love. So we have a way to go. It's surprising how something as ecstatic as singing and dancing can become mechanic. It is surprising how our mind can cheat us away from chanting. So let us now chant. What we would do when we would be in the Govardhana retreat, we would request now everyone to turn around and face with their very eyes Giriraj, and then in that kirtan express something to Giriraj, something devotional. So if you like, you can do this now mentally, you can turn around, or you can do it physically. You can look at your altar or a picture anywhere. I will put this computer a little like this and move a little to the side so that you see Vrinda Devi who can grant you residence in Vrindavan and usher or move you forward. So we call him Gopal Raj. He is a Gopal, a cowherd boy, but he is also the king. Everything is under his surveillance, he sees. So let us just sing for 5 minutes, not more, and then we will request Prashanta to conclude everything. So let me make sure that here it is, please chant with me the pranam mantras. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Nityanamine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavari Bhaskatyade Shatarine Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasari Gaur Bhaktavindam Namaste Girirajaya Namaste Girirajaya Shri Govardhana Namine Shri Govardhana Namine Ashesha Klesha Nashaya Ashesha Klesha Nashaya Paramananda Daine Paramananda Daine Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. And everybody please, let us sing together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Burijan Babu, we need your voice now. Please try. Just try. Oh, we don't hear.
You're muted.
You are muted. You need to unmute. Unmute.
I think Hare Krishna. Bolo Giriraj Maharaj ki
Ajaki Jai.
Giriraj Maharaj ki Jai.
Jai.
Bolo Giriraj
Maharaj ki jai. Bolo Giriraj Maharaj.
Jai.
Jai Shri
Radhe.
Jai Shri
Radhe.
Jai Shri Radhe.
Good. Now you can rest your voice for one more year. Thank you all very, very much. The name of all the teachers and so on, I can really say thank you. Without an audience, teacher would talk to the walls, and you can be rest assured, all of us would do that because we have such enthusiasm for the subject. Let us now move the golden frame to Prashanta. Please, Prashanta, guide us.
Hare Krishna. Well, we are rather aspiring for your guidance. Well, on behalf of the team at the Vrindavan Institute for Education, we are counting our good fortune, and we are extremely grateful to all of you, Maharaj, Burijan Prabhu, and Jagatarina Mataji, Madhavananda Prabhu, and we are grateful to all the participants as well for engaging us in this amazing service. We are extremely happy to do that service, and we are very, 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 very grateful. I just wanted to bring to our attention some of the devotees who have been participating in this retreat, particularly disciples of Srila Prabhupada, such as the first one I would mention is His Holiness Jayadvaita Swami. Jayadvaita Swami has been very faithfully attending every day the retreats. Today we saw Brahmatirtha Prabhu was there. I've seen Ritadvaj Swami, Kuladri Prabhu, Sarvabhauma Prabhu. There are many more. These are the ones we have been able to catch. Our First Lady, Malati Devi, was attending very faithfully every day. Rukmini Devi, Mother Sukhavaha was with us. Mother Nanda was also with us. And others, Shruti Rupa, we have seen, Sumati, Chamari. These are some of the ones that we could identify and see that they have been with us. So we want to greet them on this day and thank them for attending. We conclude this retreat today and look forward to greeting all of you again in the future at Govardhana, but also today I understood from a conversation with Sachinandan Maharaj that we may meet you again online someday because it was an interesting experience, a wonderful experience. We received pictures from devotees attending the retreat in their sacred space that they had created. We received the pictures of New Gokul in Australia, with devotees all set up in a barn with a great big TV screen. We had devotees camping in tents, withdrawn themselves from there. Here we go. This is here. You see the barn in New Gokul. Devotees are all set up. This is the tent here of somebody who has been attending privately the retreat. So devotees have followed the guidelines that we gave to actually withdraw from the world for several days and completely immerse themselves in this experience, even though online, very powerful experience, mostly due to the all-pervading nature of Giriraj and the wonderful elevated consciousness of our guides. So we thank you all for participating. We have put on the chat the pre-registration form for the retreats in Govardhana. So you may fill it up if you have a desire to come, so we may contact you. We will be in touch for the next few days, sending you some of the teachers' materials, sending you some of the links to the uploaded recordings of the retreats, to the videos and so on. So please stay tuned, and thank you so much for engaging us in this service. As I said, it is a great good fortune that we could serve you in this way.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Jaya Krishna Balaram, 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 Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Radha, Shyama Sundar Radha, Shama Sundar Sri Radhe, Jaya Radha, Shama Sundar Radha, Shama Sundar Sri Radhe, Jaya Giri Govardhan, 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 Jaya Giri Govardhan.
Hare Krishna, everyone.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very, very much. This was just amazing.
Thank you, Mataji. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Haribo, thank you. Thank you for your efforts and all your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for taking us to Vrindavan.
Hare Krishna. only once a year. Only once a year.
Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much.
All the team members.
Govardhana Shraya ki jai.
Jai.
Haribol.
Hare Krishna.
Online Govardhan retreat ki jai.
We'll be missing these days, these 3, 4, 6 days from 2 to 3. Really, we'll be missing. I think tomorrow what I will do at 12:30 in UAE, I will be in front of laptop and not having the darshan of Maharaj and Govardhan ji. I will be really missing. Thank you, Maharaj. Thank you, Prabhuji. Thank you, Prashanta Mata, for giving me this opportunity. Haribol.
Thank you so much for this wonderful, wonderful retreat experience. We're so grateful. We feel like we were there in Govardhan. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much. 不要现在就结束吗？
Govinda.
So sweet.
Hare Krishna.
Good one.
Raj Maharaj ki.
非常感谢 Sachinanda Maharaj, President Prabhu, Jagadharini Mataji, and Madhva Nanda Prabhu 给我们带来这么精彩的课程。也非常感谢 Prashanta Mataji 的精彩的主持和他的团队的精彩的服务。Hare Krishna。
要帮你翻译吗？
Hare Krishna, Babu.
Hare Krishna.
Maharaj. Thank you, Bhujan Prabhu. Thank you, Jagadharini Mataji, Madhvananda Prabhu, and Prashant Mataji. Thank you so much for this wonderful experience.
大家都是各自在抢着发言了。OK， Hare Krishna， 再见了啊，各位奉献者。
Hare Krishna.
Please accept my humble obeisance.
Do like
Thank you
this?
so much, Prashanta
No,
Mataji,
just say
as well as
down,
Satyanan Maharaj.
the mic.
This
You
is
want the
Gulshan
mic
Prabhu
next to
Jagatarini
the
Mataji. I'm very grateful for attending
Here,
this
you do this
retreat
one, and
online.
next to the mic
Hope
is
to
a
see
picture.
everybody next year.
Video
Hare Krishna.
crossing in red.
Hare Krishna.
It's not reaching. It is. It just goes in.
Hare Krishna.
No, your arrow has to go, not this one. Just the arrow.
Hare Krishna. Thank you for all the opportunities that we had to translate. Thank you very much. It was in the end very nice.
We are truly grateful. It was an amazing opportunity and it took us by surprise.
Hare Krishna. Vivo.
Julan Yatra ki jai.
Oh, Krishna.
Jai. Haribol. Haribol.
So nice to see you. Wonderful.
Thank you for the amazing opportunity. We didn't expect it, but Krishna blessed us, and I feel touched.
We met at Govardhana.
Yes, I remember.
Thank you, Prasanta.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much. It was incredible. We have a lot to take with us. We're looking forward to how we can order the pin drive. You can hear me, Prasanta?
No pen drives this year.
No.
Link.
Oh, link.
We will be sending you we have the contacts of everyone. We'll be sending you the links for downloading or listening to the retreat and viewing the retreat as well.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, this here I can
Hare Krishna devotees. I'm from ISKCON Ujjain, Avantipur Dham, where Krishna and Sudama came for study. So by Krishna's arrangement, I have been engaged here in service. So please visit to Avantipur Dham whenever you visit India. So I'll be happy and opportunist to serve you and take you to the pastime places of Krishna.
Yeah, but I can't speak on here because everybody is.
Thank you, Maharaj, Gurijan Prabhu Mataji. Thank you, Prashanta Mataji.
One can love God, not who they actually what God it actually is. Although they officially promote love,
Krishna, Hare Krishna.
to execute it.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama. The host has spotlighted your video for everyone.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Mataji.
Thank you so much.
Spotlighted your video. Hare Krishna.
In order to study Radharani, Krishna
So nice. So nice.
This is really strange. I never used something like this. This I want to this mute it. Mute it. You have to go down
Krishna,
there.
Krishna, Hare
Hare Krishna.
Then they like to unmute it.
I just wanted to say that I miss serving you all, and yeah, honoring prasadam with all of you, serving you during prasadam, and all the other services and your physical presence.
Krishna, Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
You naughty girl, your seat is missing here. Your seat is empty.
Yeah. Mataji, thank you so much for this online retreat. I was able to attend it because it was online.
The recording is on this side. On this side, and the link here. You can have in your computer, and then you can see it. Oh, it is gone.
I would like to also
also use the opportunity to thank everyone for the crew of who organized the Govardhana retreat and for all the attendees. And it's been such a wonderful atmosphere, and it's been the best beginning of the year ever. Even though it's cold in Lithuania, in Europe, where it's cold and gray and dark, but this retreat and all this beautiful Sangha brought so much light to my heart. So I'm indebted to all of you for this atmosphere and everything. And thank you, and see you next year. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Yeah, at the very end retreat. Actually. Yeah.
Because the girls want to hear, you know.
Yeah. Yeah,
Hare Krishna. Thank you to Satchidananda Swami Maharaj, to Gurijana Das Prabhu, to Jagatarini Mataji, to everybody who made this retreat possible. A big thank you. I'm just a kid from Singapore, and I'm hoping to have your association one day and progress. And this was a wonderful experience for me. And it's a perfect way to start 2021. And just like to thank the entire management, the VIHE management team for making this possible. Thank you very much.
Most welcome.
That's okay. It's better than
not
having it all. So when there's a video, then there's like a gap.
It's black. It looks black.
What a shame.
But you can hear it.
You can turn it off now, no?
Yeah.
I'm not used to this type of thing. It's not working. Look. I'm going there.
Hare Krishna.